Was there any further discussion on the last topic? I believe there is, but the person I'm looking for hasn't. We did. We may return to it. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I believe Senator Bouchard was wanting to get another bill draft going, but I don't see him here. Don't know where he went. I don't know if anybody else was, okay. Anybody else had talked to him and has a general idea what he was trying to do in it. I guess I didn't entirely understand, but it seemed like it'd be something similar to one of the concepts within the last bill that we pushed to the next meeting, but not the entirety of it. So I guess we could, whatever you want to do, Mr. Chairman, we can come back.
Go ahead and call the Department of Ag up and we'll move on to our next subject and return to that if we can later on. Director and Stacia, come on up and welcome to our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Doug Miyamoto. I'm with the Department of Agriculture, and with me today is our Deputy Director. This is Stacia Berry, and she's going to provide some color commentary for our comments this afternoon. We were asked to provide some updates about what the Department of Agriculture is doing currently, or some of our more active programs in support of agriculture in the state. It's been a tough year for a lot of the state. It's been very dry. It's been a challenge. Senator Costa and I were discussing the price of hay. Good for some, not so great for others, but it's hard to move feed around right now. So we've been trying to provide as much assistance as we can over the past several months, still dealing with some COVID-related type of programs. And the one that we've been working the hardest at recently has been our Wyoming Meat Processing Expansion Grant 2.0. So there's been two of these efforts that have been headed by the Department of Agriculture since the first CARES Act allocation came out. And then with the ARPA funding that came out subsequently, there's been different approaches to meat processing expansion, but there's been unprecedented interest in that sector for us over the past couple of years. Both of the programs, both of the grant assistance programs that we've administered at the Department of Agriculture came from the initial CARES Act funding and the legislation that you guys passed initially. So that was all CARES Act funding. There isn't any ARPA funding in the Meat Processing Expansion Grant 2.0 at this point, but we wanted to provide you some updates about how that's going for us generally. The first grant program that we had started in September of last year. The big challenge with that grant, and I think I've testified to this committee before, was the constraints on timing. So all of those funds were to have been spent by December 30th of that same year. So we were September 2020 until December 30th of 2020 to try to get the assistance out to those meat processors. That's not a lot of turnaround time, and it's almost impossible if you weren't already up and running. One of the requirements of the program were that you had to be under either state or federal inspection and have product available to enter into commerce by December 30th. In order to address the food shortage or the shortage of meat on shelves, essentially. And so that was the biggest constraint to that program. That first time we had an allocation, initial allocation of $10 million available to us, we were able to get out almost $5 million. That's how much we were able to provide to the processors around the state. We worked at it as fast and as hard as we could, and think we did a pretty good job of distributing that money around, and we certainly have increased the capacity of the state meat processing total as a result of those efforts. So that happened all of last year, and then due to the consideration and generosity of Governor Gordon, he took an additional $2 million of CARES Act funding that was left unspent And he said, why don't you guys take another run at your meat processing expansion grant? We did some refinements, tried to improve the program a little bit, and I think people were situated a little bit better to know what the rules were, and they were also further down the process. So we're hoping to be able to get all of that money also out the door. This time it's December 31st of 2021. Is that correct, Stacia? Okay, so right now we're in the midst of running this meat processing expansion grant 2.0 is what we're calling it. We've had 32 applications for that $2 million so far. We have 4 new meat plants that are under construction right now that were successful applicants. And if they can finish in time, then we'll be able to reimburse them for part of their expenses, be able to open, but that will certainly help with our capability. Some of the challenges that we've had with the program, though, have been some confusion with this program as opposed to last year's session, House Bill 151. If you guys remember, that was a bill that had, I don't know if there was a number that was ever decided upon, but I remember discussions in the $20 million range about a legislatively authorized program, ongoing program for meat processing expansion. And that bill, I think, was crafted, predicated on the idea that there would be a special session during July. That never happened. And so that bill did pass. It was authorized, but it was never funded. And so I think we had some people that were watching the session last year and were under the impression that that was the program that we were administering. And so they're confused as to why our funds are short. And so we have a notice out right now that all of our funds have been appropriated, and people are, wait a minute. How can that be? So yeah, to be clear, the program that we're running now is the extension of the original CARES Act allocation that came from the governor's office. If and when 151 is funded, we're poised to do that program as well. I think Stacia has some specific statistics on our program so far that you might find interesting as well. So Stacia, if you have those ready, please.
Mr. Chairman, committee, a few things that I thought you might find interesting. The director did mention that under the current program that we have right now, that there are 4 potential brand new meat plants that are under construction that may come into process. Know that there are a lot of other recipients, and our recipients are asking for everything from machinery to personal protective equipment to the ability to add on cold storage. So we have a lot of recipients that are maybe already in existence right now that are also using these dollars, not just brand new startup meat plants. Also important to note, from our first program, there were also 4 meat plants that came online through that program, as well as seeing the transition from one to a custom inspected plant into a federally inspected plant, as well as one that went from state inspection to federal inspection. The other numbers that I thought might be helpful when asking about how our capacity might be changing is the number of animals slaughtered in the past couple of years and the number of pounds associated with that. In 2019, there was about 2,500 animals slaughtered under state inspection. And I do want to clarify this number because in order to be equal to status, custom plants don't have to report the number of head that they process. So any of your custom plants that are doing either animal shares or just personal work for personal exemptions, we don't have any numbers on that. And then federally inspected plants also only report directly to FSIS. So this is just under your middle ground, which is state inspection. So in 2019, a little over 2,500 head of animals were slaughtered under state inspection, and that resulted in about 682,000 pounds of meat. In 2020, we saw an uptick to 2,787 head slaughtered under state inspection, with about 828,000 pounds associated with that number. The 2021 number is obviously incomplete, and the August numbers won't come in till September. But so far in the state this year, 1,219 head of animals have been slaughtered under state inspection, which is about 238,000 pounds. So not a complete year's data there, but that's just some insight on where our numbers are under state inspection.
And Mr. Chairman, to follow up, the last part about kind of where we are with our meat processing expansion grant, I think we have to thank the governor's office, obviously, for forwarding that money to us and giving us the opportunity to allocate those funds to our processors. But then we also received assistance from Jill Tregemba at the Wyoming Business Council and from Joe Budd at Governor Gordon's office. And they helped us with the technical review of the applications and helped us work through all of the applicants as we went through. So it was a good collaboration all in all. Another big topic that I've been working on, and many of you may have heard of over the last year or so, trying to improve the collaboration within the predator management program. And the legislation or the potential bill draft that you have in front of you today, I think speaks to that. It's been an ongoing topic for us to try to improve our predator management program. All of our offerings within the Department of Ag and our partnership with the Animal Damage Management Board and with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department as well. It also has brought in special focus of how we work on specifically BLM lands and how predator control activities have historically taken place amongst our county predator boards on those lands and what we can be doing to help them. And so right now I'm working on a contract. It would be a contract for service between the Department of Agriculture and the Animal Damage Management Board with the USDA APHIS Wildlife Services branch. And so what I'd like to do is enter into a contract with APHIS Wildlife Services and have one plan for every year. All of the county predator boards, they each have a plan that they submit to us already anyway about the work that they intend to do over the next year. APHIS Wildlife Services has the same thing. And then everybody does a follow-up report of what they actually did. So you have a plan and then you have on the ground, this is what we accomplished. You have a plan, you have a report. We have all these counties that each have to do all of that planning and they have to do all that reporting. APHIS Wildlife Services has to do all that planning and they have to do all of that reporting. But there has never been one place that you could go to get all of that information for a combined animal damage management program for the state of Wyoming. If you just wanted to get a total number of what all is planned, where's it planned, and what all did you get done, and where did you get it done, that's not all in one document today, and I would like it to be. And so essentially what we're proposing to APHIS Wildlife Services right now is that they become kind of a liaison between the Wyoming Animal Damage Management Program and the BLM, so that all of our planned activities, regardless of who's going to do them, is all in one place. And then when it comes to reporting time, all of that would also be in the report at year's end. So it's one combined effort instead of 19 different counties doing a report and then getting one from APHIS Wildlife Services as well, and BLM not knowing necessarily who's where and when. So I think this should improve the program, one, and I think it'll improve our negotiations with BLM as time goes on. And I think that the bill that is in draft format and we'll be considering later during this meeting will help us move in that direction. So we can get into more of the specifics about individual testimony on that bill when it's appropriate. But I have been doing a lot of work in the predator management realm over the past months. The last thing I really wanted to bring up in terms of just our kind of update and status for what we're doing to support the ag industry has to do with our policy division, our natural resources and policy division of the Department of Agriculture. That kind of work was slowed down quite a bit by COVID. The federal agencies were all at home. I think most of them still are, but there's been an uptick in the amount of policy work that's taken place with changes in administration. And there's a couple of issues that we're tracking particularly closely right now that have huge impacts on ag. And waters of the United States definitions is one that we're tracking pretty closely. That determines who has jurisdiction over the water at least from a water quality standpoint. I think there's a lot of misperceptions out there, and it's true even in agriculture, that the assumption being that if the water is not defined as a water of the United States, that it doesn't receive any water quality protections. And that's not true. The only argument is who has jurisdiction. It's either under the purview of our state Department of Environmental Quality, and they enforce the water quality protections for that individual water, or it's under the jurisdiction of EPA. But at least the way that our statutes are crafted, every drop of water on the surface in the state of Wyoming enjoys some level of water quality protection. So really with WOTUS, we're just arguing about who should be able to make the decisions about water quality control activities. Should that be something that's dictated by DEQ, or is that something that should be dictated by EPA? Obviously, from the agriculture standpoint, from the Wyoming Department of Agriculture standpoint, we're much more comfortable with a more local approach, and working closer with our Department of Environmental Quality is more appealing to us. And so we've testified to that effect, and we've provided comments to that effect consistently. WOTUS has been a controversial subject for as long as I've been in ag policy, which is 25 years now. So that's one we're tracking very closely. Then the other one we're watching is the 30 by 30 initiative. We're not sure what that means so far, but we're watching and tracking the Federal Register every day to try to get some insight on what direction that might take and to ascertain whether that's good or bad for the people that we serve. So those are the hot topics right now within the Department of Ag Committee, and be happy to answer any questions that you may have about what we're up to.
Committee questions? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stacia, you mentioned, you went over some of the animals that were slaughtered or processed, processed over the past 2.5 years. Is that inclusive of wildlife, or is simply domestic animals?
That is all domestic animals under state inspection.
Okay.
Is all that's included in that number.
Follow up? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've had some conversations with some employees of a processing plant, and granted, it's only one plant, but they have a slow period that's in the spring and summer, and then it gets very busy in the fall and winter. Is there any efforts to try to work with them on marketing such that they're busy year round rather than just during certain periods of the year, so that they utilize these facilities more appropriately and keep them base loaded at a higher level?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily marketing activities, but one opportunity that some of those plants may have is some are under state inspection at certain times of the year and then stop doing state inspection so they can also accommodate wild game. And so some, in order to fill their calendar more consistently, do try and process both under state inspection and offer wild game services to keep their calendars full.
Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Chairman. With the mindset that we're going to have nuclear power in the near future, do you see us maybe revamping our water quality rules and regulations in the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Fortner, I don't necessarily foresee that right now, the way that, and obviously Director Parfit would be infinitely more knowledgeable on the subject matter than I am. But with my limited experience in water quality, all of our water enjoys a different level of water quality protections based on its intended use. And so, when it comes to water for industrial purposes, that all has a standard that is different than something that would be for fishable and swimmable waters, as an example. I think there's probably a category that already fits water intended for nuclear purposes that we could accommodate here. So I don't foresee a lot of changes in water quality criteria because it's intended for nuclear use versus refining of oil, as an example.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Or go ahead, Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a dollar amount for how many or how much I guess, how many funds were applied for in that second round of the meat packing expansion program?
Mr. Chairman, to estimate off the top of my head, close to 6 million is a figure I have in my head. I've got the spreadsheet, so I can certainly get you an exact number at a break. But I think somewhere for this second round, close to 6 million for those $2 million.
So a lot of demand out there, I think it's safe to say, and it seems like we are, I will be interested in those federal numbers too, since that seems to be the area, the type of inspection, I should say, that is growing the quickest. So I guess, is that an accurate statement that maybe we don't have that many new state inspected plants, or we have either brand new or plants transitioning to that federal, those USDA certified facilities? And if so, I think I heard 6. Is that how many new ones are in process? If you have an attempt to kind of tell us how much that has increased over the past year and a half, that'd be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4 was the number of new plants that we brought online. They were federal, correct? No, 2 of them were custom, weren't they?
Say one, Mr. Chairman, one of those is custom, and right now 3 are attempting federal inspection.
And then to get at your second question, which was, that's good that they're becoming federally inspected and some of them are transitioning from state inspection. Do we expect that to continue? Is that correct?
Right, it'd be interesting to see what our total increased capacity in the state has been with all meat inspection plants, not just the state ones, but like I said, I was under the impression that a lot of the growth was happening at the federal inspected plants, which is good because it means we can market across state lines, right? So yeah, still interested in some numbers there as far, and if not, maybe I can Google it as quickly as you can. I don't know if it's on the USD website, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see just how much we've increased throughout the state. So I think that's been the primary focus, getting USDA certified plants.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, that's something that we'll be happy to track as we get these complete. And I also would like to add some insight as to why that may be. Wyoming's not the only state that has seen a drastic increase in interest in meat processing over the past 2 years. I think it's safe to say, in conversations with all of my colleagues from around the country, every single state is seeing drastic increases in meat processing interest and expansion in those facilities. And so I think it's great that plants obviously can move towards federal inspection because they can then sell meat across state lines. There's some other efforts that we're engaged in right now with our national associations of state departments of agriculture in supporting policy for interstate shipment of state inspected meat, which would basically make it eligible for state inspected product to also cross state lines for sale, which would be a big benefit to our state. I get asked a lot why it is that the state of Wyoming has a state meat inspection program if you have so much more flexibility with federal inspection. And the answer to that is really pretty simple, in that there was a time in Wyoming when federal inspection was very difficult to come by. You could have a plant that was being built and they could request federal inspection. Typically, because of the numbers of planned process, USDA would not allocate an inspector to come out for that level of processing. It just didn't have the staff available to do it. The state of Wyoming's response to that was, well, what are our other opportunities in order to market Wyoming meat? And the only way to really take the steering wheel was to have a state inspection program where we could use Department of Agriculture employees to do that work. And then at least they could sell meat within their own state. Without that, that's not a possibility either. So Wyoming's one of 27 states that has a state meat inspection program. There's 26 others that do the same thing we do. And typically the rationale for that is there's a lack of federal inspection opportunity. And I think that with this large increase in interest in meat processing by all the other states, I think federal inspectors may start to be a rarity and something that's more difficult to come by in the upcoming years. I'm not sure there's going to be the number of inspectors that are demanded out there to staff these facilities.
In previous testimony, you had said the federal inspectors were hard to come by, and that was before the pandemic uptick in wanting federal inspection. How's that going? If we're increasing our federal inspection, are we getting inspectors to move into the state or move around to Wyoming somehow?
Mr. Chairman, so far we've been able to do that. I think that Wyoming moved pretty fast in response to the pandemic and the allocation of funds for meat processing expansion. And so I think we were one of the first states that really ramped up efforts and started building capacity. So far, we've only brought in a couple of additional federal inspectors. So that may be, a unique situation that ends soon. But so far, we've been able to get federal inspectors where we've needed them. And I hope that continues.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. So my question, I assume there's federal programs that are similar to what we've done, the state expansion programs. I assume they're out there. Or if so, or if you're aware of them, do they collaborate with the state? And have you collaborated with the people that are looking for grants through our program? Or is the process different? It works separately?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, yeah, there have been some other grant opportunities in the meat processing realm that were sponsored at the federal level. And typically they went through the Agricultural Marketing Service through AMS of USDA. And what we found when we reviewed that program was that it was pretty limited in scope. And they wanted to target most of that money towards what USDA calls their Cooperative Interstate Shipping Program. And that would allow a state inspected plant to sell meat across state lines. But the trick there is you have to use federal software. You have to use the same facility inspection protocol that the federal government does. Essentially what you're doing in that program is taking a state inspector, deputizing them as a federal inspector, and then they give you a USDA stamp that you can put on the meat. That's fine if the state wants to pay for federal inspection, but the traditional route, USDA would be paying for that federal inspection. And so we haven't found it to be advantageous to our situation. So we haven't ever pursued a cooperative interstate shipping program because it's a loss of money without any additional flexibility.
Mr. Chairman, Director, so I was thinking more geared towards the expansion programs. The inspection is, expansion of the inspectors is, say that 5 times. Expansion of inspectors is important, but as far as the expansion of the plants, like we did with grants and that sort of thing, is there federal programs that coordinate through the Department of Ag? Are they separate, or are they not exist, or is it something that doesn't go that way?
Mr. Chairman, there is an additional USDA grant program where they allocated about $55 million. That the kicker on that grant program, which it was all through federal, through USDA, was that you had to be an already existing plant seeking federal inspection. And so that's the only expansion one that has happened so far. So we don't really have any ability to coordinate that way. But what we do is if we have applicants that are not eligible, we always try and point them towards any opportunities that they might be eligible for with federal funding. But that's the other pot of money that I'm aware of that's more akin to our expansion grant.
Okay. So I think we're done with questions. Did you have more? Anything more?
Mr. Chairman, unless Stacia has more to add, I think that
Okay,
that concludes our presentation to you, and we'll stick around for your debate later on the bills that
thank you.
pertain to us.
Thank you very much. So next people we need up here is the Office of State Lands and Investments. welcome back to the hot seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Jennifer Scoggin, Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments. With me is Jason Crowder. He's the Deputy Director. It's our understanding that the committee may have interest in and questions about our existing weed and pest program, which supports the ag industry. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Crowder to talk briefly about our weed and pest program. If there are questions, certainly we could take them. And then we do have comments about your draft bill, and we can certainly hold on for those comments at the appropriate time.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we provided the committee with a handout, which is the same handout that we provided the committee back in May. Talks about the same program that you asked to be informed about again today. So I just reused the same piece of paper. But basically, the weed and pest program is a cost share program with our lessees, permittees, and easement holders. Chapter 28 was promulgated to explain how the cost share program would work. And very quickly, it is just a cost share program on state trust lands to those lessees, grazing, special use leases, easements, and minerals and the like. And it's expected to go through the local weed and pest districts. We don't pay those lessees directly. We ask that they work with each and every district to ensure that appropriate control measures are being had and that we're not just paying a lessee for non-work or not good work. The cost share program treats leafy spurge and special management program areas with the highest priority, meaning we fund 100% of all costs of those control efforts, the chemical and the labor needed to do that. We also expanded that to get increased use of the program to add early detection rapid response species that we would pay 100% of. And then, of course, those lands that aren't under an existing lease, we pay 100% of those since there's no active lessee in place. We pay for 100% of the chemical costs for Russian olive, salt cedar, and prairie dog treatments. And then later we expanded to also pay for 50% of the application costs. We found that the application costs for those specific weeds were hindering lessees from actually doing the work, that it's just so costly that they weren't doing the work. So to get better utilization of the program, actually get some control on those species, we increased the labor part to 50%. The rest of the weeds that are identified as state designated noxious weed and pest, the program pays for the chemical only. One thing that we did add to this list that you weren't provided in May was the budget allocated versus budget reverted out of this program. As you can see, in fiscal years 7, 8, and 9, and 10, we were allocated through the legislature a total of $750,000, and we reverted a fair sum of that back because of non-use of the program. And again, this program is just state trust land. It's not anything outside of that. And that's when the increases to the rules occurred to try to get more utilization of the program. We suffered a budget reduction in 11-12 to $712,000, and again in 13-14. But you can see the amount of reversions decreases dramatically, and we feel like that's a direct relation to the increased application of the funding, as I discussed earlier. And again, I want to point out in fiscal year 19-20, the total amount was $850,000. That was with a one-time insertion at the governor's request of $500,000 to be added to the program. And you can see we only reverted 24,000 of that. And that 500,000 was only given to us in one fiscal year. It wasn't a biennium. So there was great demand at that point, and it still is, for use of the program. It's important to note that this set of chapter for the weed and pest program is just the cost share portion. All leases, all easements, all contracts have a provision within them that the responsibility for control of noxious weed and pest is the responsibility of those permit holders, those lessees, to do on state lands. We have constant communication when we find issues out in the field with those lessees to remind them of that responsibility that they hold, that they are required to work with the district to manage those weeds and pests on state lands, and that they are required to do that and work with the district in order to be eligible for the cost share funding, if any is available. The last thing I think I wanted to say to this program I'm sorry, I'm jumping in front of Jen. I shouldn't do that. So I'll stop there. That's the program very quickly.
Yeah, questions? Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So just to make sure, I mean, it sounds like all the dispersing of these funds basically happens through the local boards and through the Weed and Pest Council. Is that correct? You don't make those decisions in state lands at all?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that's a great question. It's actually a coordination between the local districts and our field staff to determine where these funds are best spent. The districts do provide us with projects that they'd like to work on. Some of those are ongoing chronic problems that they try to work on. Others are areas that we've identified through field inspections. And so that's how they come up. But through those coordinating efforts, we determine where money is best spent on which project. So we do determine where that goes based on the request of the district. And then once they do the work, we ensure that everything was done to plan in that original assessment for reimbursement. So we're involved very heavily as those funds get moved around.
Mrs. Scoggins, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we do have some comments on the draft bill that the committee will be considering. We can hold those for later if you'd
Yeah,
like, or I can simply.
I think it'd be fresher in our memory with the committee if we go ahead and deal with that when we get to that legislation. If the committee's
Okay.
okay with that?
Sure.
Looks like they are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we have Business Council.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jill Tregemba, Wyoming Business Council. And with your permission, I would yield to our Chief Executive Officer, Josh Durrell, who's joining us on Zoom.
Mr. Terrell, go ahead when you're ready.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Just wanted to briefly introduce the topics that we'll be covering today. If you recall, last time we went over our strategy and a lot of the programs that we have going on, not just for ag specifically, but all businesses. And I think that ties all together. If you'll recall, and I'll just give a brief recap of that, really the state's economic development strategy is to take and add value to those core industries that have really sustained Wyoming and are still part of Wyoming and will be for a long, long time. Those are in natural resources, agriculture, and tourism, and really leverage those core industries in order to activate new sectors to build that resilience that we're looking for. And, what I look at is that the number of programs and funding mechanisms that we have to serve all businesses are really tied around that idea of taking those core industries that we have and leveraging them to activate those new sectors. And so as we did that, and as we looked at it, we attempted to answer the questions that came out of this committee in the previous session and provided 3 pieces of information that I think you'll find helpful in those regards. One of those had to do with the agriculture specific personnel and programming that we had at the Business Council over time. And so one of the documents has to do with the agribusiness staff and funding from way back in 2010 all the way to present. So I believe that was the fiscal year 2011-12 to present. And then we also put together a document that included the agricultural loans and grants historical data, as well as the programs that we utilize to support businesses, including agriculture. And then finally, there was also a question that was not necessarily, I believe, 100% specific to agriculture and our work there. However, to the business relief programs that the Business Council put together worked with the legislature and the governor's office, of course, in putting together and running for our response to COVID-19 and the business challenges that were incurred during that time. And so we put together information on the audit of all of those for the committee as well. Now that information is the same information as has been provided to Joint Appropriations Committee. And so that there's awareness of that at multiple levels. So with that, really, I do have a couple folks here as well to help answer questions. Amy Grenfell, our Chief Operating Officer, is here to answer any questions you might have on the audit. And then we also have Justin Maybe, who's part of our investments division, to answer any questions you might have on grants and loans. I, of course, am here as well to answer those questions. And then you see Jill Tregemba in front of you there in person as well. And so with that, we'd like to stand for questions on the information we've provided to the committee. Thank you.
Committee questions for the Business Council? Well, you're getting off easy.
No,
No,
really not.
not very easy. Mr. Co-Chairman, go
Well,
ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the information you're able to get to us, and it, I guess, confirms the inclination I had and the concern I had with the way that the Business Council has supported ag functions over the years. I think the history here was that we used to have an agribusiness division within the Department of Agriculture that got transferred to the Business Council in the 90s. And if you look at, say, just the number of positions, in the Business Council, it went from, 10 years ago, there was 6, that's 12% of total. And at the low mark, I think there was 1. And now there's currently 1 and 2% of the overall Business Council. I understand that everybody's working together, but I think you look at the results too and see the amount of projects that happen or the ones that don't happen, frankly, that show that I think there's some opportunities for improvement in this area. And I guess I'm gonna question the wisdom of our predecessors and moving the agribusiness division out of the Department of Agriculture about 25 years ago now. And so I'm not looking necessarily today to, reinstate the agribusiness division within the Department of Agriculture, but I guess the question out of all of this is what can we do moving forward to continue the momentum that you've started? I appreciate, you've kind of been a breath of fresh air, Mr. Darrell. It's really been helpful, but we have to, I'm open to ideas as to how we guarantee that trend is going to continue and continue for years and decades to come, because we've seen the trend downward in the support of ag business. And frankly, I think we're one of the few Western states that doesn't have a dedicated agribusiness division dedicated to promoting state government, agriculture and state government. So that's all very concerning to me. It's concerning to me when I hear some of our colleagues, not necessarily not a critique of the Business Council, but people say, oh, we have a livestock board, we have a Department of Agriculture. And all those are regulatory agencies. I certainly heard what the Department of Agriculture does to support ag as well. But, I think that we have to continue to have that conversation. So anyways, long-winded question, just wondering what the Business Council will be doing in the future to continue to consolidate these gains and continue to advocate for our third largest industry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe, you're talking about the facts that we've presented, and in some ways, the facts say that, and I just do want to make sure that it's understood that while the number of positions, and I think if you look at the positions that we've had over time, you might sort of maybe even scratch your head a little bit about some of them. I can't speak to them exactly because I wasn't around at that time, but what I do want to make sure that the committee does understand is that we do have, within our services group, obviously we have Jill in agribusiness who's dedicated to agribusiness, and then that obviously makes a lot of sense. But I want to make sure that the other roles that we have within the Business Council are understood and how they interact with the agriculture industry within the state. And so I think probably the first group I'd like to highlight in that are our regional directors. And so throughout the state, we have 6 regional directors who cover a number of counties each, and really work with the local economic developers, the local businesses, and other community members to understand what's going on from a business perspective within those regions. And so those folks are really our first touch point for any business, ag included. And so that group of folks are out there looking for great businesses, whether they're part of the agriculture environment or not. And so I think that's really important to understand. We also want to make sure that we understand about folks that are in our entrepreneurship group. So we have a gentleman who is dedicated to entrepreneurship. His services are obviously at the disposal of agriculture. Our recruiting manager who does that, and some of you have been in other committees where we've talked about how to increase that recruiting effort. And but she is available to agribusiness as well. Now, those are some of them, but I also want to help and make sure everyone is reminded that our investments group, not just through our grants and loan programs for businesses and for those entities that are developing the infrastructure for businesses, but I also want to make sure that everyone understands that our investment group does a lot of work, and it's covered in the documentation there, does a lot of work around, in some cases, the disaster loan programs that we have that have been very successful, and I think have helped our agri economy a lot over the last few years. And so I think that's an important component. While maybe the titles are not there, I think the work is obviously being done, and a lot of that is happening. Now, how to address larger and larger needs there, that's a great question. And I think in our structure, we are looking at how do we increase the work that we can do and to support businesses. And of course, as ag is a very important one in the state, that one's going to be represented. And so I hear what you're saying for sure. I don't have any silver bullets as well, but I think it's important for everyone to understand the work that does get done in agriculture through the Business Council. And while we don't have some of the titles maybe that we used to, I know we have a lot of work that's being done in those areas. And hopefully that's represented in the documentation that we provided. So thank you for that question, though.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's good to see, especially the disaster loans look very productive. But for example, the business ready community grants and loans, you can see a corresponding drop off in the number of ag-related activity in that program that directly corresponds with the decrease in personnel. In fact, that looks like the only grant you've had in 5 years that's even remotely related to agriculture is Niobrara County Fairgrounds for over $250,000, and certainly not not expanding. I don't think the amount of opportunities there, as important as I'm sure it is, it's not necessarily doing that value added type stuff that I think that we're hoping for. So I think there are some things that we can do, and I think we have actually, you'll be surprised, I got some pretty serious amendments to one of the bills that might give the Business Council more flexibility, more options when it comes to industrial revenue bonds. We can talk about that later, but certainly look forward to the discussion and continuing the discussion and make sure we continue to go down the right path.
Any other questions, committee? All right, thank you.
Well, thank you all for your support and also for thinking ahead of how to advance agribusiness. Obviously, that's an important thing for us. Thank you very much.
Director True and staff, come on forward.
Mr. Chairman, committee, Steve True again, Director at Wyoming Livestock Board, joined by our new state veterinarian, Dr. Hallie Hazel. I'll give you a really quick 30,000-foot view in the interest of time of agency updates, and then let the committee introduce yourselves and meet Dr. Hazel. So quickly, just for the committee, you're probably aware, currently a time of transition after a long time state vet Dr. Logan sitting down, but the agency as a whole is transitioning personnel wise. Last 3 years, 2.5 years now, we've turned over 25 brand inspectors. We're bumping up against 500 years of combined experience in that group. But all is not lost. We've found a silver lining in the energy downturn cloud, in that we have had access to some outstanding young individuals looking to get back into the livestock industry. And we feel very comfortable with the folks that we've recruited and put into those positions. But we do still have some openings. If any of you are aware in your districts that we have openings, we're always willing to hear comments or recommendations that you may have on folks in those areas. For an example, Representative Clausen, 3 years ago, with a young gentleman that went to work up in that area, he got a high recommendation from your vice chair. So quickly, not only in brand inspection, our brand recording unit is revamping. We've had some retirements there. Dr. Hazel has some staff things she will visit about, but she and I on the board have opted into a cross-training, efficiency gaining kind of a transition here. We're trying to figure out, we've had some formerly fairly specialized folks in the agency, and we're making sure that everybody knows how to dip their toes in every waters of the livestock board, and just to be in the spirit of some of your future conversations today. So those are some things that are going on there in the agency as an overall, looking to do some more modifications to our computer program and some things with that. So if there are no questions for me, Mr. Chairman, on the agency as a whole, I would introduce Dr. Hallie Hazel, our new state vet, and let her introduce herself to you.
Well, welcome. As our new state vet, you have big shoes to fill. We had a really good relationship with Dr. Logan, and we'll miss him quite a bit, but I'm sure you can fill in for him, and we look forward to the same kind of relationship with you. Can you share with us a little bit about your former practice?
Sure. Thank you,
some of
Chairman.
your roots as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an honor to be here. I'm Dr. Hallie Hazel, as Mr. Director True mentioned. A little bit about my history and background. A little bit about it. Come to you directly, actually, from Texas. I was formerly the director of the USDA Cattle Fever Tick Eradication Program. It's a long program. In South Texas, I worked on the border of Texas from Del Rio to Brownsville for about the last 7.5 years or so with USDA. Prior to that, I was the area veterinarian in charge of Texas with USDA for a year. And then before that, I was a USDA veterinarian, field veterinarian in Western Kansas for about 13 years. But before that, I was also in private practice in Western Kansas on the Kansas-Colorado border for about 13, 14 years. So I had private practice and regulatory knowledge as well. I've been in Wyoming for about a year, was the field veterinarian with Dr. Logan. Had the pleasure of serving with him for the last year, and then I've recently hired to take his position. So thank you very much. A little bit about the background. I have a few more items to update you on if you have time, Chairman. Just a couple notes. As you all know, brucellosis is always an issue that we have in Wyoming. Currently, I hesitate to say this, we have one herd under quarantine, which I hate to say that right now because we're coming into fall. But we do just have the one herd, a bison herd, and hopefully that herd will be released this fall. They have one more test and hopefully I'll be clear after that. But we do, as I said, this is fall, so we'll see what happens this fall. Working very closely with Wyoming Game and Fish and other agencies to monitor and continue on our surveillance programs that we have and our surrounding states. So that's it on the brucellosis part for now. Trichomoniasis is an issue that we've had in the past. We haven't had any cases since 2016. And once again, I hesitate to say that, but we've been free of that since 2016. One thing that you might have heard mentioned is rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus. Some of you may be aware of that. It's definitely in some of your counties. It's a disease that we're working closely with Wyoming Game and Fish on. There is not a vaccine for it. It's acute death in rabbits, but there is a vaccine being worked on in the United States that hopefully the next year or so will be available. So just a quick update. Talking a little bit about personnel, we have a field veterinary position that's vacant. And then we also have an admin position that's vacant. And we're doing some kind of changing around based on what Director True said as well within the office in Cheyenne. I will be relocating to Cheyenne. I was in Riverton, but I will be working out of Cheyenne. And most of our admin staff, pretty much all of our admin staff will actually be in Cheyenne as well. We are in the process of updating a lot of our forms, making a lot of them more electronic, more user-friendly, and rearranging some of our staff goals a little bit.
Dr. Hazel,
Yes, sir, Chairman.
you mentioned we haven't had a new case of trick since 2016.
That's
It
correct.
sounds like it's eradicated, sort of. It never will be, but kind of like brucellosis, it hangs around, but I presume we had new cases of that every year,
Of brucellosis,
of trick.
of trick.
Yeah.
We do surveillance. We do have a surveillance program, a required testing program, and we haven't had any new cases since 2016.
Okay.
So,
Good.
but we do have routine surveillance. Yes, sir. Yes, Chairman.
Good news. Thank you.
One other update that I might mention to all of you is that we're in the process of looking at all of our rules. We realize that some of our rules, including our import regulations, need to be updated and addressed. That's something that all states have to do on a routine basis. And so we are looking at doing that here in the near future. So you'll be hearing more about that soon to come. Thank you, Chairman. That's all I have at this time.
Yes. Representative Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, I appreciate your information you shared with us. Hopefully you can come out with a coronavirus that affects skunks a little bit more to eradicate some of that problem. But you mentioned brucellosis and how you only have one quarantine going on right now. And I'm aware of a lot of pressure to reduce or eliminate our elk feed grounds. And they're using brucellosis as one of the reasons why we need to disperse the elk. Are you seeing an increase or decrease or plateau for this type of a spread because of feed grounds, or are we pretty status quo as we've been in the past number of years? Is it a concern to the state at this point?
Chairman?
Yeah.
So, for the most part of that answer, I'll defer to our Wyoming Game and Fish folks for the data that they maintain, the surveillance program that they do with the brucellosis in their feed grounds. But I will say that those feed grounds help keep brucellosis out of our cattle herds and our producers. They protect our producers. Eliminating those feed grounds will cause great heartache and much more exposure for brucellosis to our cattle producers in those areas.
That's what I've always heard about it, that it actually reduces and keeps the amount of brucellosis away from the calving grounds. Okay, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. True, more and more I'm seeing high cattle theft area signs in my county. Is there a problem that's getting worse by the year? I see them popping up more places than where they was the previous year. So I got to assume that that area is expanding out. Is that going out across the state or just northeastern Wyoming, or where's the problems at?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Fortner, a couple different parts to the answer to that question. One, the signs, we put those up when somebody has a missing report, and our investigators always offer that as a deterrent. And many ranchers partake of that, and many ranchers want to put them up on their sign post, on their corner post anyway. As far as theft in cases, there's a couple. I would say this, that every report we get begins as a missing livestock case unless a suspect or evidence found on the initial investigation leads to suspected larceny. It may progress, that missing case may progress to wrestling. Vice versa, it might go backwards depending on the course of the investigation. So it cycles. We average between 50 to 70 missing cases a year. I just ran my numbers the other day, and it's a partial year. And we're looking at about 43, 44 cases reported at this point this year. And we're not into the fall gathers. We're not into folks missing the cattle off of the allotments or folks in the bigger country yet. So I think we're going to have a fairly high notice year. Of course, the thing with those cases, there, by the time we hear about it, that's a pretty doggone cold case. You know, nobody's seen those cattle for quite a while. But the prevalence, it's something that law enforcement would probably discuss with you, anybody that would be at the dais today, either DCI, any of your sheriffs will probably tell you that the atmosphere out there is good for malfeasance. You know, it's a tough economic system right now. And there's folks looking for an advantage. So we're working hard on in May, I believe I updated you on the MOUs that we're working with the sheriff's departments in order to multiply our force. We have 2 more counties in that. We're in 2 more conversations. We have sheriffs working every day, calling our investigators on those cases. And it's a tough investigation. It's because of the timing in most cases. And the fact that that living commodity can be out of a brand zone in 10 hours from anywhere in Wyoming. So it's something we work on. Your part of the state has always been an interesting problem, partly because of the energy and the auto gates and the traffic at all times on everybody's place, and nobody knows who's out there. So we work a lot with the sheriffs, and our investigators are always telling the folks out there to be in contact with the drillers, you know, the pumpers, everybody that's out there, that they've got other eyes as well, and they don't want their equipment stolen. Something that your committee probably gets tired of me saying it is that's the same guy that the sheriff's looking at for equipment theft, burglary, drug deals out there is the same guy that's liable to be stealing your couple little kids. Same guy. So we just tried to marshal and multiply our forces as many ways as possible and get as many people's eyes on the entire game. We've had some interesting developments in some cases due to cameras on tank batteries. Just, you know, brings up people that we can go visit with because they have no reason to be in the area where they are. So those are things we work on all the time. I would suspect this year could be a little hotter than normal just because of the atmosphere we're in. So we'll see, and we'll keep working at it.
Chairman? Do you think there'd be a possibility when you catch these guys to force a few wild horses on them then? For punishment?
Mr. Chairman, I'll keep my opinion to myself on that one. Thank you.
All right, yes, Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Director. So this section is support agriculture. So just so it's clear for the committee and public, but the Livestock Board is basically in charge of livestock health in a regulatory fashion and brands in a regulatory fashion. You don't really have any support role or advocacy role for ag in general and livestock business.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, in a way, Dr. Hazel certainly does. Part of our statutory and constitutional mandate is to protect the producers of the state from theft and disease. We see that responsibility, a tail off of that responsibility, particularly on the disease part of that, is to do our very best through our surveillance programs and the way Dr. Hazel and her staff deal with disease to protect our producers from marketing restrictions from other states due to potential disease issues. So we see that as market support, separate from what your other agencies are doing, but we feel that that's a highly important role to our livestock producers in the state to be ahead of the game on the diseases, so another state can't want to restrict our import. You may recall we had the area of concern for brucellosis, Bighorn, Sheridan, Johnson counties, and we were under restrictions from South Dakota, Montana, and North Dakota. Through time and testing of the elk and the hunt areas up there and continued lobbying from Dr. Logan, we got those states to reduce those. And then when we released the area of concern with the governor's signature 2 years ago, those restrictions went away. And that's how we look at our ability for market support. So long-winded answer to when I could have just said no, but we do feel we have that.
Okay. Committee. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any members of the public that? Are we good? Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy Hendrickson, the Wyoming Wool Growers Association. And that was quite a lot of information there, but I just wanted to raise one thing. I wanted to make a quick comment about Director Miyamoto and his work on the predator control contract with APHIS. This is extremely important to our industry. The situation with the BLM and the confusion there this winter caused significant losses in our industry because of the inability to control predators. And we really believe that Director Miyamoto has come to a solution that's really going to make a difference, and we are wholeheartedly supportive of that. I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the committee.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hendricks. Any other testimony? Okay. We are going to move on to discuss the Weed and Pest Reorganization Bill. Come on up, Heather.
What's that? Oh, sure, yeah. Okay, so we're going to be going over 22 also 42 bill draft requests from our last meeting, and committee, we also have some potential amendments that would broaden the scope of it significantly. Hopefully be a good basis for discussion, especially I heard some interest from that side of the table as far as the business council goes as well. But here's the starting point with one element. I think we could consolidate the ag support functions in the Department of Agriculture instead of having it be spread out, in this case, in the Office of State Lands. So Heather, you're up. Go ahead and go over what the bill does.
Mr. Chairman, I'm about to read through or describe for the committee 22 LSO-0042 version, working draft 0.4, Weed and Pest Organization. And with this bill, looking at it overall before, as I did previously, to tell you, the overall picture is to provide that the Department of Agriculture is the agency that's in charge of weed and pest control, and to remove those or to transfer related functions from the Office of State Lands and Developments. So the way that that is accomplished is, or attempt, the goal of accomplishing it is on page 1. We're starting in section 1 to amend existing statute 36-12-102A, and title 36 in the statutes are the state land statutes. And this is a statute that talks about the transfer of lands to the Office of State Lands and Developments, and the fact that the Office of State Lands and Investments. Sorry, I'm calling them the wrong thing. I'm going to say OSLI. To say that this is the land, the one that transfers the lands to the state of Wyoming, and that provides that the Office of State Lands and Investments shall manage those lands. So if you look at page 2, starting at line 11, that just had it, which is not clear. So now we just specify land subject to this act, and that 15 or just land subject to this act shall be managed in such a manner as to promote or to permit conservation and protection of watersheds and wildlife habitat and historic scenic fish and wildlife. This is existing statute. And this bill just adds a statement that weed and pest control on lands subject to this act shall be managed by the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the Wyoming Weed and Pest Control Act. Then the bill draft goes into section 2 which specifies that the functions within within the Office of State Lands and Investments that administer weed and pest control programs, because as you recall, their testimony or the understanding that I have at the moment is that their weed and pest control program was created by rule. I think it was their rule chapter 28. So that wasn't a statute to go change. That's why we're seeing this in this non-codified version, but to say that the functions within their office that administer weed and pest control programs shall be transferred to the Department of Agriculture. And the model of saying the position, personnel, property and equipment, there were some previous bills we looked through to when transferring a position from one agency to another. We tend to specify those 4 items or 5 items, and the authority in the programs that are transferred to the Department of Agriculture shall be under the control of the Department of Agriculture now. And then subsection B with this transfer is saying that the governor, because this is in the middle of or this will be after the budget has passed. So this will say that the governor shall transfer to the Department of Agriculture 1 position, personnel, property and equipment within the Office of State Lands over to the Department of Agriculture. It's done through that mechanism because the budget will have, in theory, will have passed. Subsection C is that the Department of Agriculture and Office of State Lands and Investments shall work collaboratively to develop the appropriate budget requests for the next biennium when that budget comes about, to make sure that the weed and pest control functions, the funding for the weed and pest control functions is in the appropriate place, which is the Department of Agriculture rather than OSLI. The top of page 4 starts section 3. And this is a rulemaking, and it's saying that OSLI shall amend its rules accordingly, and the Department of Agriculture shall amend its rules or promulgate rules accordingly. And then there's a split effective date to say that the rulemaking shall go ahead and take place right away, and then the rest of the bill shall take place or shall take effect once those rules are effective, basically. That was the bill.
Turn this on. Co-Chairman Boner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With subparagraph C on page 3, is there a reason why we transfer everything July 1st, but we don't actually transfer the budget until the next biennium? Was there a reason why we do that, or would we? Because I mean, I think the main point is to move the budget item into the Department of Agriculture. So we have a consolidated department, one department that's responsible for defending that budget, not multiple ones. So I'm just making sure there would be no issues with just make sure that transfer happens with the new biennium in July 1st, 2022.
Mr. Chairman, it is supposed to be the budget with saying the position. I think to be clear, it should say the position funding, personnel, property and equipment would be more appropriate to insert that there, because that was the intention. It was not trying to move a position without the funding.
That makes sense. And after talking to the Department of Agriculture, it seems like this program basically functions, what we heard from state lands, it already functions basically with the weed and pest boards. There's already a significant amount of coordination between weed and pest functions and the Department of Agriculture and the Office of State Lands. And frankly, I don't think we should necessarily change that too much. The main goal is to move the budget. And it sounds like only the budget item from state lands to weed and pest, so it's protected in the Department of Agriculture. So,
Mr. Chairman, at the May meeting, it seemed like the committee thought that there should be one position that moved as well, but
yes.
That's the prerogative of the committee.
Right, I believe that was kind of a placeholder because we just didn't know what the workload was, and it seems like it's so small and it's already good, coordination among those agencies. It wouldn't really be necessary. So, anyways, less of a question, more of a comment. So.
Committee, other questions for our attorney? Okay. Now, are we gonna work on this?
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to go through this or would you like to go through this?
Which do you
You,
prefer?
never mind, I will go through it, yes. The amendment, the proposed amendment, or are we
yeah.
taking?
Well, I'll just go over briefly if that's going to share.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do
And-
that.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rough draft amendment that would significantly increase the scope of the bill and is built along the lines that we discussed at our last meeting. Remember, the objective here is to consolidate as much as possible functions which support agriculture, things like, weed and pest, predator control, and also potentially what the amendment does is take a few things off the Department of Agriculture's plate that maybe aren't related to agriculture sometimes at all. Things like the health inspections for restaurants, for those sorts of things, weights and measurements. I thought the committee would benefit for having something in writing there. It's also for consideration, but obviously the bill draft as is solely focused on weed and pest. Whatever the committee's pleasure is there. If nothing else, I think it will be nice to update the short title to make it nice and broad. So we do have that possibility, have that conversation as it goes through the process.
Mr. Chairman, so I should not walk through it, but just give an overview of the kind of your proposed amendment does.
Sure. Yeah, just a brief overview. That'd be great.
Mr. Chairman, at the previous meeting, the Department of Agriculture described several consumer health services that it undertook. And so this amendment seeks to move those functions, those consumer health services functions, to the Department of Health instead of the Department of Agriculture. And so it would change the catch title to agriculture functions - reorganization. And then instead of specifying that's an act relating to weed and pest control, it would say that it is an act relating to agriculture and consumer health. And then this amendment that's before you is 10 pages and not even certain if it actually has all of the functions, because they are all these different consumer health services functions are spread throughout statutes and they're not just in Title 11 where the ag ones are. So for example, some of the food inspection, some of it is already under the Department of Health and some of it is in the Department of Ag. So the different areas where that comes up, except for meat inspection, because my understanding is that we wanted to, your intent was to keep meat inspection with the Department of Ag, was to try to separate out other food inspections and to be under the Department of Health, but meat inspection still with the Department of Agriculture. And then
Heather, I'd have a question on that. The other food, would that be farmers markets? Because I think that's.
Mr.
Department of
Chairman,
Ag.
already in statute, farmers market, or sorry, Mr. Chairman Eklund, farmers markets already are in a separate, it appears, in a separate area, and they're in Title 11 of the statutes, but they're not inspected. So per se by either, I believe.
All right. We'll just figure.
And so no, they are not
All right.
currently in this amendment. Farmers markets are not. However, if they need to be, then they certainly could go in here. But there's additional things like, for example, if Title 35, there you'll notice that there's many amendments to items in Title 35, which are some of the public health statutes. Well, and sorry, this amendment's not, the numbers, the pages are not numbered, but in 35-7-2002 toward the third page, is this child restraint packaging, or sorry, child resistant packaging required. That was something that was under the Department of Agriculture, so it switched to the Department of Health. And so these are several things. There was there are a couple sections for a licensing of and inspections of pools and spas, and also licensing and inspections of daycares. And we're under the Department of Agriculture, and the attempt is to move those to the Department of Health. So that's the intent and the attempt here. However, the Department of Agriculture listed several things in their presentation in May that are still not necessarily, maybe part of rules rather than statute or something, but they are not a part of this amendment because I couldn't find them yet as far as some of the inspections that they do. And they may be because they're related to some of the things that are in statutes, and that could be how they came about. And it would be necessary to work with closer with the Department of Agriculture and Department of Health to get things in the right places, if that's the committee's intent.
So committee questions for Heather? I think yeah. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if I'm reading this right or not, but I guess I don't know if the pages is numbered here. It'd be 1, 2, third page over on the back side. It talks about the state shall hire a chemist but 35-7-201, pardon me. Okay, if you go down to section A and you go down to where it talks about hiring a chemist, we don't know the salary of that guy. Then it talks about adding 2 other assistants to that chemist. Are we adding 3 new employees to the state? Is that what we're doing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Fortner, absolutely not. These are just existing statutes, and currently there is a state chemist currently, and it appeared, and if this is currently the state chemist is under the under the umbrella of the Department of Ag. So this would only just move it to the Department of Health as far as who oversees, who hires that person. That person already exists. It's not adding that person at all. So this isn't new language. It's just pulling that statute that already exists. And it says that, you know, for the state chemist, it would be the Department of Health. If the state chemist if the committee wants the state chemist in here, this is a kind of an iffy question, but the state chemist does do it appears to do some of these inspections, or at least do some of the analyzation of some of the samples from some of the inspections. And that's why the chemist was put in here. But that person already exists, not added and not created at all.
Whoops, forgot. So I think that completes what you needed to. Thank you, Heather. I think, would the Department of Ag be able to come up here, and we're going to try to focus on the bill, and these amendments seem kind of complex, but it isn't nearly as bad as a wild horse situation, I think. It just looks that way because there's 10 pages. Yeah, but oh, we've got one more question for Heather. Representing Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, so it looks to me like with these 10 pages of amendments for a 4-page bill, we're basically just removing a lot of this from the Department of Ag to the Department of Health, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, exactly. The intent, if this isn't my intent, if currently it's a reorganization bill to reorganize weed and pest management. If the committee were want to broaden this bill to be a reorganization bill overall, or to be a separate bill, either way, all of these amendments move the consumer health services inspections from the Department of Agriculture to the Department of Health. If that's what the committee were to want to expand the bill or do a separate bill in that area. This is to illustrate kind of what it would look like.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So how did we decide that we wanted to do that? I do not remember that. In our infinite wisdom, did we decide that it would be better to put it in the health department? You take it away from ag, I'm not.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, the committee recommended or requested a bill draft to move the weed and pest functions, just to move the weed and pest functions from OSLI to Department of Agriculture. This proposed amendment is just something that your chairman requested be prepared because the committee had talked about some additional reorganization. The committee did not request it, and I'm not trying, by having something for you to look at, it's just often easier to look at something in front of you. I'm not trying to propose or push it in any way. It was just a request from
I know you're
your
not.
chairman.
I know you're not. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Mr.
Yeah, I think
Kochel.
it was just, just to reiterate, it's not, I mean, I know it's a topic of discussion. Frankly, I think I'm okay with it being in there. I'm okay with it not. If we just want to focus on weed and pest functions, that's it. That's okay. If committee, if you want to take that extra step, we can, there's how it would work. So, that's literally, that's it. That was my thought process. That's why I requested. That's why it's different. It's not a bill itself. It's an amendment reflecting the fact that the committee voted just weed and pest functions. So it's 6 one way, half a dozen the other.
Okay. On procedural things, can we, at this point in our interim committee work, draft another bill that would be separate under management council, their guidelines and everything?
Mr. Chairman, your interim committee topics are not directly in front of me, but I don't think this is outside of them. I think that this is right within it. By all means, you can request a bill draft. If that is what the committee may not even want to do this reorganization. I don't know. It just sometimes members will request an amendment to be prepared so that there's something to look at beforehand.
Okay. Thank you. Good. All right. Thank you, Heather. And we'll, so probably I'd like our focus. We've got state lands that would like to be up here too. So we'll start with Department of Agriculture though. And let's stick with this bill and not get into the other reorganization things for now. Okay. You've had time to, everybody's had time to review it. So how does it affect the Department of Agriculture, and would it fit into your program?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, I'm Doug Miyamoto with the Department of Agriculture. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about this bill. Generally speaking, when we reviewed the bill, we did know about the potential moving of personnel from the Office of State Lands and Investments over to the Department of Agriculture and feel that wouldn't be necessary. We have agreements with, as of, for instance, the Department of Transportation, and they provide some funding to the Weed and Pest program for taking care of highway rights of way. And that's essentially what amounts to pass-through funding, where the Department of Transportation sends it over to us. We use our state allocations committee, which is a collection of representatives of local weed and pest boards that get together with us and a representative from the Department of Agriculture. Individual weed and pest districts apply for those funds and we allocate them. But I believe that we could do that as a committee without additional personnel. We have a existing weed and pest coordinator, Slade Franklin. I believe all of you know Slade. And he manages multiple pots of funding that all are coordinated between Wyoming Weed and Pest Council, the State Allocation Committee, and the Department of Agriculture, along with our board as well. So we believe that the transition of that personnel wouldn't be necessary. We also believe that we could manage the funds and get them to, we could implement it essentially. That's something that we believe we do in terms of special management areas already for the weed species that Deputy Director Crowder already mentioned. And we run programs that are very similar to that. And so the Department of Ag and the Weed and Pest Council collaboratively could implement the program if that was the will of the committee and the larger legislature.
Questions for the Department of Ag? Yes, Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. So currently, if state lands identified a weed problem somewhere, they would not go through Department of Agriculture. They would go directly to the Weed and Pest Council in that county through the leasee. And this would be basically straight to the Weed and Pest, if I'm understanding correctly.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, I believe that's the way that it works. I believe that Deputy Director Crowder's discussion earlier was that for state land specific funds for weed and pest management activities, they as an agency work directly with their local weed and pest board to determine what projects are the highest priority.
All right, thank you. Office of State Lands. Now we're ready for your comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for
Chairman.
sticking around.
Jennifer Scoggin, Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments. Again, I have Deputy Jason Crowder with me. We have a couple of concerns about the draft bill. One of them has already been addressed, I think, which was the draft bill calls for the transfer of one position from OSLI to Department of Ag. To date, our weed and pest program has never utilized one full-time position. It's more like 5 people with little bits and fits here spread around. We figured it's about 300 hours per year or 0.15 FTE. So like I said, it's spread amongst our field services folks, our accounting staff and that sort of thing. So certainly would not want to lose a position in that regard. The second concern we have is that the Board of Land Commissioners, it's constitutionally charged with direction and control of state lands for the benefit of the trust beneficiaries. It has a fiduciary duty to maximize revenue from the state trust lands, which means it has to protect that trust asset. And we believe the Wyoming Weed and Pest Control Act would classify the board as a landowner, and it is responsible for controlling weed and pests on state lands. The concern is that if we move the funding for weed and pest to the Department of Ag, the board essentially has the responsibility to eradicate and control weed and pests on state lands without any direct control over the resources to do it. It seems to add another layer that's not currently there to access that funding. As Deputy Crowder noted, our weed and pest program currently, it's our field services staff working directly with the districts on weed and pest issues and determining where those funds should be spent. And while we do talk to our sister agency on occasion, it's largely our field services folks and the districts that work together to spend the current funds. We would also note that the Department of Ag, while we believe they're good at what they do, they simply don't have that fiduciary mandate to protect state lands. And we don't know how those decisions moving forward would look, or if they would in fact be in the best interest of the trust beneficiaries. So while we appreciate the desire to consolidate government functions and conserve resources, we're just concerned that this may not be the outcome that's actually achieved here, given the board's situation, its fiduciary duty, and the structure of the current weed and pest program. And with that, I would yield to Deputy Director Crowder to add anything that I've missed. Good, okay.
Committee questions? Co-chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I said, when you read this bill, did you imagine there being much change in the way that relationship you described between your field personnel and the Department of Agriculture and the local weed and pest boards? You mentioned that changing with this bill, because I can tell you that wasn't what I had in mind, and I can see how maybe we need to work on the language a little bit, but just what was that your impression that help contributes to your concern about your, making sure that these lands are taken care of?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Boner. I think when we read the bill, largely as the deputy noted, it's discussion and working with the districts directly. I guess the way I view this is now we're going to add in, instead of those entities working together and moving forward with the funding, that now we're going to have to go to the Department of Ag and through that process to get the funding and have the funding allocated. And Deputy, I don't know if you had a different view of that or not.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think so. I think I would just note that through time, one of the very fun things about working with the Office of State Lands and Investments is that it is very unique. It's not normal state government, and our mandate is completely separate from everybody else's. So we come at issues and problems from a totally different perspective, and consistently we battle the federal government in this way as well, because we're not public lands, we're trust lands. And when we go to those discussions, it's the same thing that I envisioned when I read the bill, that we would be coming to the weed and pest discussion with our unique perspective to that conversation from a fiduciary responsibility standpoint, as the director mentioned. And so that's what I read when I read the bill, is that that would be separated from us, or we would have less of a voice in that conversation. Because as the director of Department of Ag mentioned, they have a committee that allocates those funds around. And right now it's our message going forward to allocate those funds from a fiduciary perspective. And our concern is that if we're a small voice on the committee, then maybe our fiduciary responsibility doesn't get pushed forward fully.
Yeah. Representative Clausen.
Mr. Chairman, and this could be for the director or the deputy director, but so walk us through currently what would trigger an action, and then how you would follow through and make sure that action was taken care of through I assume through the county boards, and then follow up or make sure, just give us a quick rundown of how it would currently operate, your current.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, our direct relationship with the districts is through the supervisor. Obviously, the boards in each district have a program set up through their county tax base on how much cost share and what weeds are important to each and every area, and the boards are really involved in that. They separate state lands because they know that we have a different funding mechanism, and also we're not taxed in their districts. State lands are not subject to taxation, so they expect all of that responsibility to fall back on the state, which I believe through time is where this program and the funding has come from, is to try to fill that gap. So our relationship is really with that supervisor, and the boards are separated to a certain extent. Our field staff and our lessees work directly with that supervisor and their staff to understand the best places to place dollars on the ground to get the most bang for their buck. We always promote special management program areas, because that does bring a landscape level type management to the issue. And if you just treat a blue square, you're obviously not treating the heart of the issue. So we try to be more landscape, more neighborly, I guess. That has a direct fiduciary impact as well, because if you're just creating a hole in the blue square, or you're just treating the outside of the blue square, obviously those weeds and pests are going to move back and forth, degrading the revenue derived off of those properties and the value as well. So we try to work in concert with adjoining landowners and directly with that supervisor to determine where the best use of those funds are and where those projects are. With the limited amount of funding that we've had in recent years, that conversation has become very in-depth. When we had flush funds, $750,000, and we were reverting 200,000, we were approving every project that came along. But as the funds have been diminished, we've had to be very targeted and very focused on where those should be spent. And those relationships, along with our fiduciary perspective, define where they're spent and approved. So once a program or a project is presented to us, we go through that analysis that I just spoke about. The work is done on the ground, and then the districts present us with an invoice to reimburse them for the work done based on the cost allocation in the program.
Follow up.
So, Mr. Chairman, Deputy Director, so my follow-up question, so most of the time, are these actions initiated by the supervisor of the weed and pest? They come to the state lands and say, hey, you have a problem here. Are they initiated by leases saying, hey, we have a problem here? They go to the supervisor, they go to you. What's the general process of when an action is initiated?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Clausen, it's equally, and then I'd add a third leg to the stool is when we identify a problem, we have a conversation with the district supervisor and the lessee as well. But I don't think one outweighs the other. There's a lot of coordination and communication that occurs.
Any other questions? Oh, yep.
Okay. Was somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Representative Larson, go ahead.
I don't know what to say about the proposed bill. I guess we have this discussion. Seems like every budget session that the dollars are getting cut on weeds control on state lands. And yeah, I think this committee is very concerned. How can we, you know, it seems like that's an easy place to cut because we all squeal so much. And you get a good squealer from us, I guess, but that's my concern. It seems like every budget session, this is an easy cut and it just gets us all fired up. That's not, I don't know how to ask a question, but how can we not do that?
Yes, that's, if you got an answer
Yeah.
for that, go ahead.
Because
Jason.
I'm assuming you said, do you agree?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we don't agree with that assessment. Actually, it's not an easy place to cut. We recognize the fiduciary benefit from this program. We don't want to have it reduced. We are forced to make these budget reductions. And at this point in time, every time we've placed it up on the table for reduction of any percentage, even down to zero, that's in comparison to losing people. And we also recognize that we place the responsibility for this weed and pest work through contracts on the lessees and permittees. But we also recognize that we have a trust preservation and enhancement account program that you all are presented with each year, an update of what is done with that account. And we understand that a certain amount of that can be used to cover this. And we have over 2 bienniums done that. But that's that displaces other work that account is intended to do, which is to clean up dumps, is to clean up off-road, other resource degradation issues. We displace those and do weed and pest work with that money. So I'd respectfully, we disagree. And when we have those conversations internally, it is not something we want to do. We are forced to do it.
Co-chairman.
Yeah, follow up. Actually, that was going to be my question, looking at the history of the budget for this particular function within your office. It's was over $700,000 before the 15-16 biennium when we started reducing, and now it's 350. Consistently, we had that $500,000 that was a one-time fund, I imagine. So I guess my question is, you've reduced the expenditures in this account by over half. I know you haven't reduced your overall budget by half. How's that being responsible to the trust beneficiaries? If you whack this budget by 50%, which is obviously disproportional to the rest of your budget, how is that fulfilling a constitutional obligation?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, as the deputy said, these are tough decisions, and it would also not be fulfilling our constitutional duty if we were cutting staff to the point that we couldn't run our grazing lease programs, our mineral leasing programs, all of those things. So we've tried to balance what is in the best interest of the trust beneficiaries and what's going to move the board's agenda forward. And unfortunately, we don't want to lose the weed and pest money, but we've tried to figure out other avenues and opportunities to utilize monies such as the trust preservation and enhancement account to use some of that money. And, you know, revenue's been dire and everybody's had to make cuts, and we don't make these decisions lightly. And it's not that we just go to the governor and say, oh yeah, take all of that. We don't want to do that. That is just That's our self-preservation too, trying to keep positions there to run all these other programs as well and balance the needs of weed and pest on state land. So I know that's probably not the perfect answer, but we do the best we can to maintain positions, because if we don't have the positions to run the programs, that's also, or that is not in the best interest of the trust beneficiaries.
Okay. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Chairman. Currently, the weed and pest is the way that the Constitution is established for the local weed and pest. And I didn't know that until this subject come up, until I went to them and started visiting with them. They are paid out of the county mills. They already share data. They work amongst each other. Campbell County does a lot of work over, excuse me, in Johnson County and Crook County both. They're already doing half or 2/3 of what this program is supposed to do without any additional cost. I do not see why we'd be looking at a new budget for this new organization. I mean, you're talking about one guy lateral move there somewhere in the governor's plan. I don't see a plus there. From our standpoint in Campbell County, our mineral money is drying up. And we're looking at ways of trying to implement stuff that actually save us money. I think the taxpayers are starting to get a little bit tapped out on the federal and the state end of things. We just implemented a new school district in our community, which cost the taxpayers $4 million, and it's cost the state as well. All of that was based off of 34% of revenue coming from the state. I would have to be a steady no on this project here, unless you have something better to offer us without coming, well, with needing a new budget for this program. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. We done? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Do we have any other testimony on this draft bill? Okay. Yes, Mr. McGagnon, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockholders Association. As I look at this, I have to say that the feeling out in the country among grazing lessees and that is that the Office of State Lands has neglected this program or made it a low priority. Whether that's reality or whether that's perception, I suppose we could discuss that the rest of the day. But I do think that we need more attention brought to the program. We talked about the 350,000, and my recollection is correct. The budget ended up with no dollars for this program, and it was a last-minute legislative effort to put the 350 back in. So without that, they wouldn't have a program. So I think that considering this deserves a lot of merit. I would suggest just one thought as to the bill itself, and that is because of the trust responsibility in that perhaps some language needs to be added that the Department of Agriculture would do this in close consultation or coordination or something with the Office of State Lands and Investments, so that they are the borderline commissioners, in effect are on behalf of the public, the owners of the land, and so that another agency isn't just going out and doing what they think is appropriate on those lands without a measure of consultation. But with that, we would be supportive of this bill going forward for at least further consideration. That, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Mr. McGagnon? Yeah, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During your meetings, your annual meetings, and I guess you probably have other meetings with your growers, stock growers, is there discussion that sometimes they're starting to maybe not want that state land lease if if they're having to do more of the weed control, or it's getting out of hand and it's not being taken care of like it should be. Is there discussion such as that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, not that I'm aware of, and I think the reason for that is for most of our ranchers out there, those state leases are such an integral part of their operation. It might not be cost effective for them to hold that lease because of some of the things that you referenced, but it's integral to the operation and it's not viable for them to forego the lease. So.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Any other testimony? Okay. Yeah, anything online? Okay, thank you. Committee, what's your pleasure?
I'll move the bill.
Moved by Larson, seconded by Cost. Okay, discussion on the bill. Amendments on the bill? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. If nobody else has any discussion, I'll propose an amendment. We'll just do two concepts at once, see how it goes. I move that we strike on page 3, line 8, the one position, since that won't be necessary to move the position with corresponding amendments in case I missed similar language. And also on page 3, line 4, after agriculture period, include language to the effect of the Department of Agriculture shall coordinate the program with the Office of State Lands and Investments.
Mr. Chairman, where was that second one?
On page 3, line 4, after the Department of Agriculture period, insert language along the lines of the Department of Agriculture shall coordinate the program with the Office of State Lands and Investments, giving also a little bit of leeway to make sure it works from a legal standpoint. But that's the amendment.
Conceptually, Mr. Chairman, adding it at the end of the sentence on line 4.
That's correct. And Mr. Chairman, I think the intent there, obviously the position is no longer, we now know that does not need to be transferred. That's unnecessary. And the intent here, from my perspective, if anybody has a different perspective, let me know. The intent is not necessarily to change the way the program functions. It's to consolidate the budget in an agency which has been more robust in defending these sorts of programs that go out to the counties. The priority is not necessarily, protecting state employees, it's protecting these pass-through funds which benefit our constituents. So hopefully the amendment clarifies we're not trying to change the way the program works. So the priority is to get the budget consolidated.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we amend in 2 places on page 3. One on line 8, remove the position, one position altogether from the bill. And line 3, after Department of Agriculture, that they coordinate with the Office of State Lands. Is that what it was? Go ahead, Heather. Did I mess it up?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that given the change to line 8, which would be Department of to transfer to the Department of Agriculture, the funding, and that would cross off delete the rest of that line. So it would say transfer to the Department of Agriculture, the funding, property and equipment within the Office of State Lands, and it carry on. I believe that same change would need to be made to line 1 on page 3 as well. And I think that's the intent.
Okay.
And then the second change is the conceptual sentence about the Department of Agriculture coordinating with the Office of State Lands and Investments in their efforts.
So you agree with that? Good with that change? Okay, both of you. All right. Did everybody get that? All right. Heather, I'm going to have you go through it one more time before we vote on this amendment.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the amendment, as I understand it, is in section 2, which begins at the bottom of page 2, but the sentence at the top of page 3, it would say the funding, property, equipment, and authority in programs transferred to the Department of Agriculture by this act shall be under the control of the Department of Agriculture. And then there would be additionally, there would be some sort of a statement that the Department of Agriculture would coordinate with the Office of State Lands and Investments to address the fiduciary concern that was brought up. I don't have the sentence right on, but the concept of that. And then on line, that would be at line 4. And then on line 8 of page 3, it would say, well, beginning up at line 7, I'm just starting after the comma in that sentence, the governor shall transfer to the Department of Agriculture the funding, property, and equipment within the Office of State Lands and Investments as necessary to implement this act.
Okay, is everyone clear on the amendment?
So, Mr. Chairman, does that leave one position then with the state lands that they don't really need because we're
I don't think it affects. If I understand things, it would not affect the number of people working in state lands or in the Department of Ag, correct?
Mr. Chairman, with this amendment, I wonder if on page 4 in section 3, if the rather than both being shall, but or basically introducing shall amend any rules as necessary, kind of given that some of this is how it already works and mostly it's the funding that's moving, but maybe instead of shall promulgate rules, if they're not necessary to promulgate rules, it may be that it ought to be shall promulgate any rules as opposed to rules. I don't know, but that seems to go with this notion.
Okay.
That's it. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that my motion included any technical corrections that would be consistent with the intent of the amendment. So hopefully everyone understands what we're doing. And if we need to, if there's other parts of the bill that we haven't looked over that need adjusted, we can adjust that.
Senator Coast, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question would be directed toward Heather again with why would we add equipment to, why wouldn't we just say the funding is going to be transferred, but the equipment, because we're not losing a person or there. And I don't know that there'd be any equipment that would be involved with that position. So it was a 0.0 or 0.15 FTE. So it's hardly any. I'm just wondering if there's any equipment really involved. So I'm wondering if there's a need to have that in there or just the funding is what we're moving. That would be my question.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cost. A model of transferring a position and its funding and all the associated things is what I was using here. And now we're kind of amending on the fly to change to not have a position because since, as we learned, there was not an actual position. I can imagine that it is somewhat foreseeable that in theory, if the Office of State Lands and Investments has a weed and pest XYZ a piece of equipment, that maybe that would be transferred, but that is real, that really was kind of more part of the model of transferring a position and funding. So it probably could be to transfer the funding and any resources associated with weed and pest control, as opposed to saying property and equipment. That may be more accurate. And also at the bottom of page 3, there's another place for that on line 20 and 21, where we said that.
Go ahead.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, if there's no property equipment to transfer, then it's not going to transfer. If there is, it needs to stay in. So I think we're good. So.
Okay. Committee, are we ready to vote? No, this is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Okay, the amendment is passed. Any further discussion on the bill? All right, question's been called on the bill. This would be the final vote, so we'll do a roll call.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for your committee sponsorship of 22 LSO 42 Weed and Pest Reorganization as amended. Senator Bouchard. Senator French. Senator Cost.
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger. Representative Blackburn. Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Fortner. Representative Heiner. Representative Larson. Representative Western.
Aye. Aye.
Representative Worf.
Aye.
Representative Winter. Co-Chairman Boner.
Aye.
Chairman Eklund.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that passes.
Thank you. Okay, the next bill for our consideration. Grab my thing here. All right. Is industrial revenue bonds for agricultural endeavors. It's 22 LSO 0045.5. Heather will explain the bill.
Mr. Chairman, this bill, it changes it changes the interest rate for farm loans. I'm sorry, that's a bill draft that we're going to look at in a minute. I apologize. This bill draft goes into the industrial revenue bonds statutes and specifies that it specifies agricultural endeavors as being a possible use or a possible expenditure for the bonds. So if you look at starting on at the bottom of page 1 in 15-1-701, these are the beginning of some of the industrial revenue bonds for the that can be gosh, I'm so sorry. For an industrial development project specifically, and these are the industrial revenue bonds that may be released or issued for those projects. The term project is defined at the beginning of those statutes here in 701. And in the definition, it specifies, you'll note that the definition starts out with that project means any lands or building or pollution control facility or other improvement necessary for industrial, commercial, or business enterprises. Now, there have been, as you look tagged on as the definition grows, some specified uses to make sure that they are included. And this adds, you'll note the underlined portion of or for these projects can also include for the manufacturing, processing, or assembling agricultural related products. And that's in subsection A. Now, still in that same statute, subsection B talks about the public purposes, and it specifies what are some of the public purposes for which industrial revenue bonds can be used. Public purpose, it needs to be a public purpose for constitutionality. And so it begins that, in order to facilitate and promote the local health and general welfare, these are some requirements for money to be distributed from the state. And that's why some of this terminology that's existing, and also for the sound economic growth of the state of Wyoming and to develop its natural resources and protect the environment. And then added in is also for the expansion of agriculture and agricultural related industries. And then it goes on, there were some other things that have been added in previous years, like healthcare services and energy improvements. That all of these are considered, if you go down to line 7 on page 3, all of which are hereby declared to be and constitute public purposes. Then the counties and municipalities of the state of Wyoming are vested with the powers and privileges that are set forth in the rest of the article. So right here at the beginning of this article that talks about industrial development projects, it lays out that ag projects are considered appropriate industrial development projects. And that's what this bill draft does.
Okay, committee questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Heather. We have any testimony concerning this bill draft? No one online? Okay. Committee, what's your pleasure? Bill has been moved by Clausen. We have seconded by Blackburn. Okay. Discussion on the bill. Go ahead, Co-Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this bill needs a little bit more work here. I think the intent was to also provide some, I guess, definitions to sideboards for what these industrial revenue bonds could be used for as it relates to agriculture. For my part, I think it'd be important to specify that they can only be used for kind of these small to mid-sized facilities. I'm not sure if we want a large multinational firm coming in and taking advantage of this a tax break in the federal tax code. So I think that might be a good, once again, conceptual amendment. And as a reminder, maybe I should back up, Mr. Chairman. Remember, these industrial revenue bonds are just that. They're tax breaks in the federal tax code that we don't really take advantage of to the extent we could in the state of Wyoming. I think our cap in the state is about $300 million. We use about 150 million in the Community Development Authority, and that's it. So I think there's a significant opportunity to designate where these bonds go to in a way that doesn't put any public funds at risk. These are just, like I said, it's state or local government going in and saying this entity qualifies for this tax break. They still have to go and get a loan from a private lender. They just get it at a reduced rate. So just a reminder what this does. This is totally different from what we're talking about with the Ag Authority, where the state of Wyoming, one way or the other, would probably be on the hook for some bonding. This is totally different. So just want to make sure that distinction is clear. And so yeah, as far as discussion goes, I think it'd be important to put some sideboards on it if we move this bill to the next committee meeting as well. I also think it might be interesting to see if we could have a state agency that is capable of designating a larger amount. Right now, it's only local governments or county governments can authorize up to $10 million of these types of loans. And I think it might be worth our consideration if, say, whoever it is, the Business Council and the Department of Agriculture could maybe designate up to 50 million. And so we can have a slightly larger mid-sized plant that can be helped along by having this reduced rate of the loan because of the tax break in the federal tax code. So those are my thoughts, committee. I certainly want to hear what you think. And yeah, I guess that's all I have to say for now.
Committee. Okay. Yeah, it's getting later in the afternoon and we're less talkative. So,
Mr. Chairman.
oh, yes, Mr. Western or Representative Western, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually kind of share the concerns of the good co-chair. And And I mean, I'm not saying I'm necessarily nervous, but I maybe would like a little bit more of an in-depth conversation of what are the potential implications of this and what are what exactly are we being exposed to here and potential outcomes? So I appreciate the good coach here touching on some of those topics.
Okay. So your suggestion is that we probably move it to the next committee meeting. Further think about what we're doing here and try to understand this thing completely. Because I'm not sure I do yet.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think right now the bill frankly doesn't do much of anything. So I think, like I said, the two concepts I'm kind of thinking about, and like I said, committee, if you have discussion, I'm happy to, look forward to hearing it. But I think we need to put some sideboards as to what these bonds could be used for when it relates to ag processing. I think we're all thinking about meat processing, right? What's the next thing going to be to encourage the more, especially USDA type plants or qualified plants in the state, so we can get out of so our producers aren't subject to the monopolies that control the market and control access to the market. So that's the whole objective here, the quote unquote free money from the feds, and we all know it isn't free, right? But it's going to run out. We're not just going to be able to throw money out the window at, through our grant program indefinitely. So this is a way that we can leverage a current provision in the federal tax code. Like I said, with state and local governments can designate projects which qualify for the tax break. That helps them along in a business with tight margins like meat processing. I think a lower interest rate is going to make a difference potentially. So like I said, it's not putting any public funds at risk. They still have to go to a private lender. It's just saying you don't have to pay taxes on the revenue from the interest basically. And that's what results in the lower interest rate. Same as if you're familiar with the WCDA, that's exactly what they do. You get a lower interest rate if you're a first time home buyer and you have other qualifications. So, like I said, I think we need some sideboards to make sure that, that one of those big multinational monopolies doesn't take advantage of it. I think it's pretty unlikely, but we think we want to be covered. And also, I think we need to consider if we're up to me, I'd say the business council should be able to also designate up to $50 million worth of these loans in addition to the $10 million that local government can designate.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, is the directive to include these conceptual amendments that that Chairman Boner and Representative Western have discussed into a revision for the next meeting?
I believe so.
Everybody's good.
Yeah, if the committee will vote in a motion to continue to research this bill and put some conceptual amendments into it. In a minute. Been moved by Wharf, seconded by Coast. Any further discussion on that? It's a motion to postpone work on this bill until whenever our meeting is in about a month. Yeah, it'll be a busy meeting. But we've discussed an awful lot of it and gives us a chance. Everybody on the committee can research independently on their own too. Don't forget that. So, okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. That motion carries. We'll continue to work on this thing. Okay. Next on our agenda, Office of State Lands and Investments. Oh, that's right. Just remembered something.
Oh, yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to get the committee's thoughts on that amendment and or the other bill draft that we had that would do some additional work reorganizing ag functions within state government. Just hopefully, I got the sense that maybe there's a little bit of confusion on the committee as to what we were asking, and hopefully having it in print helps. So just wondering what the feeling of the committee is, if we want to further have Department of Agriculture focus on things like weed and pest control, things that directly support our natural resource based economy. And by doing that, you move what, if you look at their budget requests, you see these regulatory functions are right there at the top of the list. That's entirely appropriate, considering that it's an important public function that they provide. So the policy question is, do we move those functions to the Department of Health so the Department of Agriculture can focus on things directly related to agriculture? So after the committee's had time to think about it, hopefully just want to know what your thoughts are and whether that should be an additional step we should take.
Committee, now what we're talking about is a separate bill on the reorganization. And that possibility needs some input. Feedback from the committee? Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
We have 4 or 5 more bills to do. Let's do our 4 or 5 bills, and if we have time, let's go back and we can address this. Now is not the time.
Okay, any other feedback? Any motion? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we draft a bill for, authorize also to draft a bill for next meeting that would move the health inspection functions out of the Department of Agriculture to the Department of Health as is specified in the proposed draft amendment.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Been seconded. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we'll have a raise of hands. All those in favor, raise your hands. Western with 8 opposed. Or at that, okay, that passes. Now let's move on to the next one, state lands. Welcome back. I have to go get some more water. Huh? Well, that's, if everybody's okay with a 5-minute break, if we can do such a thing. I don't know if I've ever been part of such an outlandish plan, but let's break for 5 minutes, get a drink of water, whatever you need. Office of State Lands. So settle down and go ahead when you're ready, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, with the co-chairman's blessing, we've asked to do just a short update presentation to the committee about one of the things that we've been up to at State Lands with the Board of Land Commissioners. We're trying to do things and look for revenue generation opportunities in new and different ways, trying to be more proactive about things. And so we just wanted to take 5 minutes of your time to let you know kind of some of the exciting things that are actually going on at State Lands right now. So you may recall that in the 2020 budget session, House Enrolled Act 83 required OSLI to solicit proposals for development of identified state trust lands located in Teton County. So we did conduct that study and we put together a report pursuant to the legislation and provided that report to the Joint Appropriations Committee, the Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments, and the State Board of Land Commissioners. And after that process, we started working through some of the proposals and trying to evaluate the potential for revenue generation opportunities in Teton County. But it soon became apparent to us that these discussions and decisions would be better if the board could actually get on the ground up there and see those parcels that we're talking about. So we came up with the brainchild, the staff did, of why don't we do a working session for the board in Teton County and tour some of those parcels and talk about those parcels in conjunction with local representatives and the community and that sort of thing. So that's what we endeavored to do back in August. So next slide, please. So the purpose of the working session, we convened on August 11th, 2021 in Teton County to discuss these potential uses of the trust lands located throughout the county. Again, the goal was to work with the Board of Land Commissioners and the local community and government representatives to determine what the best uses for some of these parcels might be. And so the attendees included OSLI staff, Board of Land Commissioners, members of the National Park Service, state and local government representatives who represent Teton County, some Teton County nonprofit and conservation groups, and interested members of the community. We met in the morning, and the idea was to go over the parcels and then tour a couple of the parcels in the afternoon. So next slide, please. So in the morning work session, I began by introducing the land commissioners, and we were very fortunate. 4 of the 5 actually were able to appear in person. Superintendent Balo appeared via Zoom, and each member was then able to address the audience and thank them for being involved. Then Deputy Crowder presented the history of some of the state trust parcels in Teton County and talked about the income generation that was being done on 6 of the primary parcels since 2006. We also discussed a competitive bidding process plan for special use leases on a Teton Village parcel. And then public comment was received during that time. The comments were mostly positive, with the vast majority of the attendees encouraging the board to conserve efforts or to pursue conservation efforts on the parcels and pursue the sale of the Kelly parcel to Grand Teton National Park. Next slide, please. So after the initial working session in the morning, we endeavored to take the board and select attendees to tour the Kelly parcel. And the Kelly parcel is comprised of 640 acres. It's located within Grand Teton National Park. During the tour, OSLI discussed previous sales, such as the Antelope Flats parcel to the park. And we discussed a similar proposal for the Kelly parcel. Park Service employees were there on the ground during the tour, and they discussed the parcel's necessity as a migration corridor for wildlife to pass through federal lands. And they were very enthusiastic about the possibility of acquiring the parcel into Grand Teton National Park. The board and other invited attendees were appreciative of the opportunity to gain this firsthand knowledge of what this parcel looked like, and discuss some of the possible best uses, which, as I mentioned, included possible acquisition into Grand Teton National Park. There's also possibility to sell the parcel via public auction. We discussed conservation efforts and opportunities and potential other development opportunities. Notwithstanding, there is a scenic easement, potential obstacle associated with that parcel. Next slide, please. So then finally, the second parcel we toured is what we call the Highway 390 parcel or the Teton Village parcel. So we continued the tour. We were able to show the attendees that this particular site contains multiple businesses operating under temporary use permits. We are OSLI's in the process of converting those to special use leases through a competitive bid process. And the vast majority of this 640-acre parcel is actually leased to Snake River Ranch for grazing. We did talk about the fact that this Teton Village parcel is one of the more lucrative parcels in the state trust portfolio. It's generated over $500,000 in income since 2006. So next slide. So that was just a quick brief update for the committee, just to let you know that we're going to continue to work with the board to determine next steps in light of the information that we were able to gather during this working session. And it's our continued goal to identify additional opportunities within existing state trust lands through exchanges and acquisitions that would allow the trust beneficiaries to recognize increased revenue through commercial development and special use leasing opportunities. And like I said, this is something we've never done before, to do sort of an on the ground visit where the board and other interested parties could be there and listen and talk and really confer about the potential opportunities. So since this is something new and exciting we're doing, we just wanted to share it with the committee and see if there were any questions.
Committee questions? I have a question. When the suggestion was made by sounds like mostly Teton County people that the Kelly parcel go be sold to into the national park system, do they have any alternative plan on how to fix what they also say is unsustainable, no place to put the help in a fairly wealthy neighborhood? And they're running out of places in Idaho and other places to put these people. Did they have some kind of a solution for that?
Mr. Chairman, that was one of the topics that we did discuss in a lot of detail, actually, I think with the Teton County officials and some of the locals. They were very concerned about development of the state lands parcels, not just those, but Monger Mountain and some others with respect to, hey, you know, we're still having trouble with affordable housing up here. And, you know, in creating these opportunities, we have to keep this in mind. There were no specific solutions discussed related to their affordable housing issue, but certainly we will continue to dialogue with them, realizing that when we are creating opportunities, we may be creating jobs and other things that are going to directly impact that.
All right, committee, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for doing that on the ground tour and discussion with Teton County. What we're going to do now, come on up, Heather. We're going to keep everybody in their seat. We're going to have Heather discuss the bill draft, a single bill draft, and then get comments from state lands because it affects them. And also we'll get public comment. Remind me to do that so we don't move on before we do that. Heather, when you're ready, go ahead and start with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is 22 LSO-0043, working draft 0.6. And I'm about to describe this. The catch title really should be land exchange processes without the word voluntary, because it already has, there's other types of processes in here. Just did never move that as the bill evolved. Anyhow, so you'll notice starting on line 1 that this bill authorizes the development of an expedited process for the exchange of state lands for the purpose of public access to state lands. It also provides procedures for applying for a land exchange and requires notice. And it authorizes a temporary position, and it provides an appropriation. So starting with section 1, we go into Title 36 are the state lands statutes. So we go into Title 36-1-111 and create new subsections B and C that describe, and now we are on page 2, that the Board of Land Commissioners is authorized to promulgate rules necessary to enable the expedited exchange of state lands and initiated by the lessee of the state lands for private lands on a value for value basis. And then it goes on to say that the criteria for doing this is that it shall be, this expedited process is for if the board determines that in addition to meeting the requirements in subsection A, those are just some of the requirements, and I can pull the statute out if you want for that. But additionally, the exchange that would be expedited would need to facilitate legal access for the public to state or federal lands, including but not limited to exchanging an isolated parcel for a parcel contiguous with other state lands. So that's the expedited process. This language may be familiar to some of you because this is from a bill from 2020 or 2019, as far as the expedited process. Now, this next subsection C is the committee directed from May to require 30 days notice if an exchange was going to happen. So the question became, as drafting it, well, 30 days notice from what? So here's the process for that is proposed in this bill, that any person desiring to propose lands to be exchanged under this section, so that could be just a general land exchange, it could be this expedited one under subsection B. But anyone who's desiring to propose lands shall file with the Board of Land Commissioners an application that they would come up with and with the documents that prove that they could be evidencing the ownership for this exchange, and that not more than 30 days after the submittal of this application and before implementing an exchange. So after an application has come in and before the OSLI does anything about it or makes a final decision on it, there needs to be notice of the application for not less than 2 consecutive weeks on the website of the Office of State Lands and Investments and in a newspaper in the area where the land is being proposed, the exchange is being proposed. And part of that notice shall contain some sort of a description of how a person can participate in and give comments on the proposed exchange. So that's what's inserted as far as that procedure. Then section 2, which begins on line 10 of page 3, is an appropriation where there's appropriated some amount from the general fund to OSLI for the purposes of funding one temporary full-time at-will employee contract position that is dedicated to pursuing and completing exchange of landlocked state trust lands for other lands in the jurisdiction of the federal government. So landlocked state lands for federal lands, and this temporary position would be for pursuing and getting those done. And then the starting at line 19 is kind of the rest of the appropriation language about how the appropriation shall not be transferred or expended, and that the intent of the legislature that this be a one-time funding. Now, page 4 and 5, this is the comment almost verbatim that we looked at this morning as far as just the specifying of what ARPA funds can be used for as compared with maybe funds that have been freed up because of some positive flow into the state funds for many sources. And so this appropriation on page 3 is from general funds, not from not specifying other areas that it may come from. And this is just some information on that. That's what the staff comment is. And we have an effective date of July 1st.
Okay, questions for Heather? All right, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess the first question I have to ask is on page 1, down on number 5, it's authorizing temporary position. What are we calling temporary? How long is temporary and at what price? Can you fill me in on that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Fortner, the committee's direction at the May meeting was to authorize a temporary position to move forward these exchanges. And I don't currently have, but I think that the Office of State Lands and Investments may have an idea of the amount for that position. And it would be for this biennium, would be the duration of that.
Comment, Chairman.
Follow up.
I know when we looked at this originally, I believe it was back in April, maybe it's May, I can't remember. But anyways, I know they was talking a full-time position. And I remember BLM saying that sometimes it takes years to get one of these exchanges done. Would that be a possibility that we'd have a temporary employee on for years?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Fortner, I think it's feasible that, or it's foreseeable that this position would move an exchange forward in its 2-year duration. And as to what occurs after that, I'm not sure, but I don't know that I think it's very personal to each exchange. I believe to depending on the nature of the exchange. Again, the Office of State Lands and Investments would know more about it, but 2 years of moving it forward would do exactly that, but make some progress on it. But the duration would be 2 years because that's the duration of the funding for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I mean, we'll have to get some input from state lands as far as the amount and the duration. As a reminder, committee, the thought behind this bill is that we don't really have a well-oiled machine when it comes to doing these federal exchanges. There's other states that do, but I think it's a question of getting the process started. And once you do that, once you kind of kick the ball down the hill, it continues to roll. But we need something to actually get that ball rolling, and that's why it's a temporary position to get the program up and running. That's the thought here. So we've been looking at this issue on this committee for at least 3 years. It's one thing I could think of to actually get done because it just comes down to Office of State Lands prioritizing their time. That's a lot of investment in terms of the time their personnel have to take to get this process going when it may not even work in the end. So it's not a very good use of their time until you get a process up and running. So that's why it's temporary. I don't know if 2 years is the magic number. I don't know what the appropriation should be, but that's why we have to talk to state lands. So.
Okay, state lands, can you help us a little bit with this?
Mr.
You have an
Chairman.
idea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I do recall the discussion of this at your last meeting. And since that time, actually, I'm going to yield the floor to Jason Crowder. He's had some discussions with potential consultants that could really be helpful even in that 2-year time period. So it may not necessarily need to be a full-time position, but perhaps a consultant. So with that, Jason.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to couch this discussion in a transaction that we're currently working through because it pulls out all of the highlights of what we're talking about today, and that is the Medicine Bow Exchange. So the Medicine Bow Exchange is a product of a couple different things. We have a long-standing desire within the Medicine Bow National Forest to pull isolated state trust lands out of the middle of that forest ownership boundary and move it to the periphery of the boundary because we're landlocked, basically. We're landlocked by topography and we're landlocked by federal land management practices. We can't really get in there and harvest any timber because we can't punch a road through or because the contractors can't get through Forest Service management practices to get to our parcel. So we see a major benefit in moving those lands to the outside to move them closer to an identified market, one for timber production, but also for grazing, AUM development as well. There's a recreational component that could be a part of that as well. But moving those lands outside of those management issues, I guess, and to further compound that, the Medicine Bow National Forest has 2 wilderness areas that these lands kind of surround. They're not within the wilderness area, but they're around it and they're impacted. And that's the Houston Park Wilderness Area and the Encampment River Wilderness Area. So for many decades, we've discussed a land transaction with the Forest Service. And because of changing personalities, not only within our office, but within the Forest Service, there's just not a lot of momentum that was ever garnered, as the chairman mentioned. However, this one particular transaction that we're working on now has a further driver behind it. The Water Development Office is currently working on a reservoir development project called the West Fork Reservoir. And they need a spot of land to develop that reservoir pond. They're talking with the Forest Service to develop the reservoir on Forest Service land. Forest Service is not really agreeable to that action. So they are looking at other actions. The best next one is to look at us and have us do a land transaction with the Forest Service, acquire the acreage that the reservoir would be built on. They could build the reservoir and then sometime in the future, acquire that land from us. And in the meantime, pay us an easement payment or a lease payment to have the reservoir there. So all of those drivers are kind of coming together at the same time to allow the director to actually initiate this exchange. This wasn't initiated by the Water Development Office. It wasn't initiated by the Forest Service, but we as the office and the director can also initiate land transactions. So she went through the effort to initiate that. We presented it to the Board of Land Commissioners on June 3rd for their initial approval to allow us to move forward with the analysis process. They did grant us that, and that gives us what we need to actually move forward with the process, as the chairman mentioned, expend time and resources on the analysis, the appraisals, everything that we need to do to get a transaction moving forward. However, we are dealing with the federal government and we're dealing with a forest that doesn't do a lot of land transactions. So as the chairman mentioned, the effort on our side is extremely large to get this to move forward, and the estimate of timing to complete it is anywhere from 5 to 7 years. A lot of things change in 5 to 7 years, personalities on our side and personalities on their side, and we see a risk in actually getting it completed with that. So instead of diverting our limited resources to make sure that a transaction like this has moved forward, we've identified third-party consultants that this is actually their job. They do nothing but sit down and try to find ways and put pressure on the federal government to move these types of transactions forward. We've been in discussions with those groups. We see great benefit in pulling one of those on rather than hiring state staff to move forward with it, because they can be just completely focused on one transaction. And they have done this before. We haven't. We've not been successful in a transaction with the federal government. So they know what the federal government needs. They know how to support their federal staff in providing them the information when they need to have that information. And they're also relentless in pushing that ball forward, as the chairman mentioned. They are on the phone with those federal employees all the time saying, where are we at in this process? What do you need from us to keep it moving forward? So we see great benefit in acquiring an entity like that to help us move forward with this transaction specifically, but it can also be a model to be used in other federal land exchanges. The other important thing to note is, since we are already doing this, obviously we can't do it without funding, and the legislature last year in a budget footnote supplied our office with $150,000 to do this exchange, to do the appraisal work, to do the environmental work, and we're utilizing those funds currently to seek these third-party vendors to help us move this process forward.
Committee, any other questions? So,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, go ahead, Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, I think that was a good example about, state land within Forest Service land. I think I think it could be a great application of this. Could this not also be applied to private land or to deeded land?
Mr. Chairman, I think that there are a lot of options for doing a lot of different kind of land exchanges, and each type of land exchange requires a different type of resource input into it. Depending on the private land exchange, the size, its complexity, it could be a model that we could use moving forward. But I don't know that we could do it in every case. And we do currently have staff that are specialized in this. And this is this is why we have them on staff, is to do some private land exchanges of a smaller nature, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, so it certainly sounds like this absolutely could be a vehicle or a mechanism for some of those private land exchanges, which as a sportsman, I think that there's some real, there's definitely some hazards, but I think that there's some real potential here because there's a lot of state land that these sections, these 16th and 32nd that are entirely encumbered or surrounded by deeded land that I think might be a really good opportunity and be eligible for this kind of operation. So in those kind of instances, I mean, I'm not seeing any language here that would preclude those types of state land that's surrounded by private to be eligible for this kind of exchange, no?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, I guess I don't know that we've reviewed the draft bill from that standpoint. I don't know if we could provide a good answer or not. But.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's, if you look at the way the language is now, the appropriation is just for exchanges with the federal government. So certainly we can do whatever we want. Committee, we can try to apply it to private land exchanges too. But it's my understanding that those do in fact happen somewhat regularly, and there's just not the bureaucratic hurdles you have in dealing with the federal government. But if we want to put the front on the accelerator there, that maybe that's an option too. So.
Okay, so question I'd have, we'd have to amend page 3. So we're in section, I'm in section 2. Well, first question. Would the consultant be cheaper than a full-time employee, or do we know that? They usually aren't. So that's kind of why I'm asking that question.
Mr. Chairman, I think we can run some numbers for you and get them back.
All right. We won't fill in the blank then yet. But, and then the next part, we might have to amend the temporary full-time and at-will employee. To a consultant or a consultant, add that to it, or a consultant would possibly work. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you do go down this consultant path, is there an opportunity to transfer that knowledge in-house eventually, or would we be constantly in need of these consultant services to do these federal land exchanges?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Co-Chair, I think that's a great question. We do anticipate a large knowledge transfer to occur. One of the biggest ones is within the appraisal process. Obviously, the federal government has a more robust appraisal process than the state is subject to, the Yellow Book standard. We don't have anybody on staff who's experienced that level of scrutiny when they're actually doing an appraisal. So the consultant that we're speaking with now does have that experience. And so we're hoping to gather a lot of information from them in that process, but as well also in the federal land exchange process, there are certain steps that require certain documents be written a certain way. And if we get even a little bit down the road with the consultant here, we can utilize those documents as templates in other transactions.
Okay. Thank you. I would add my comment about the consultants usually costing more. In most cases that I've seen them at work, they're worth it. So I can see why you look that way. Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I can fully appreciate that these exchanges require a lot of personnel and expertise. And I personally don't have any qualms with having to outsource some of that work that needs to be done. And some of these consultants are knowledgeable. But I guess my question is to Mr. Crowder, am I reading this correctly, that there is nothing here that would preclude or prevent a private landowner? Again, it says right here, an issue by the lessee of state lands. We could add language in there that says or otherwise or something like that. There's nothing preventing a private landowner from using this mechanism, this vehicle for an expedited exchange process. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, when we reviewed the bill, we recognized probably three different, very distinct components of it. And we didn't combine the expedited process with the federal land exchange process.
Follow, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, follow up.
So it sounds like this could indeed be used for exchanges on land that is private and exclusive of federal lands.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, that is how we interpreted the draft bill. It could be that portion of the bill that could be used on private land. And we also have a supplement, a bit of information for the committee related to some rulemaking that we've done in that vein as well.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, I know right now a lot of the current process, it's extremely lengthy. It can take a long time. There's the detailed analysis process, which, if I understand correctly, is codified in agency rule and not statute, not the green books. What, to make this a less onerous and burdensome process for a private landowner, what are some of the things that you think that could be removed from the process to expedite it and to make it a less time-consuming process?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Western. We are prepared to talk about the voluntary land exchange process, and maybe that would answer a lot of the representative's questions.
Okay, if the committee's okay, we'll go ahead and
Okay.
get a.
Mr. Chairman, just to note a couple things. Our concern with section B of 36.1.111 that's been drafted here is we think it might be a little confusing to read this into the existing section A. We believe that the board already has the ability to promulgate rules related to exchanges on a value for value basis in an expedited manner. 36.1.111A does not prescribe timeframes, and I think that the way it's been viewed is if the legislature hasn't weighed in on it, then the board can address that. We note that 36.1.111A Romanet 1 through 4 provide that the state may that state lands may be exchanged for various reasons, including making state lands more manageable where lands are not otherwise manageable. We've read that to be isolated parcels, that are surrounded by private land. Notably, the statute focuses on the requirement that the board find the exchange necessary to benefit the trust. But facilitating these exchanges to address isolated parcels is one of the ways to improve opportunities for revenue generation. So we don't disagree with the concept. We just believe that the board already has this authority, and the board recently worked to adopt rules to address an expedited process for state lands that are completely isolated and surrounded by private lands. And we've included that in your materials. These rules are not effective yet. We understand they will be soon. We understand LSO has recommended that the rules be placed on the consent agenda for approval by Management Council. And I'll yield to Deputy Crowder to kind of take you through what the board has adopted to date. So, Deputy.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm referring back to a document that we handed out to the committee this morning with the Romanet large I. Review. Inside that packet, you'll find the board matter where the board did approve adoption of these rules. You'll find the statement of principal reasons for adopting the rules. And then you'll also find the actual rules that the board adopted. All the new additions and subtractions are in the strike underscore format. But to give a little history to the committee, we do have a land exchange program that is successful. And it follows some very clear guidelines. And in the board matter, we represent these to the Board of Land Commissioners as well. But for the committee's enjoyment, in 1997, through Wyoming session laws, it was directed by the legislature that trust land should remain a substantial component of the trust portfolio. And so we undertake every transaction with that understanding in mind, and that we also further adopted in August of 2005 trust land management objectives that speak to how land exchanges, sales, acquisitions, and any other long-term leases should be met. Again, in 2005, the legislature included in a budget footnote a provision that required a no net gain of land held in the Common School Permanent Land Fund in excess of 10,000 acres. They used a land balance in 1999 to establish that baseline. And as of the date of this board matter, that balance currently is 3,633 acres below the 1999 baseline. So we track it for the Board of Land Commissioners use. Again, this was housed in a budget footnote, so it's no longer required of the office and the board to abide by this. However, the board indicated that it is a good policy, and so we do explain this to them each time we do a land transaction. Since 2006, under the board's rules and existing statute and following the trust land management objectives, the board has approved roughly 80 real estate transactions. It's deposited from those transactions a little over $83 million into the beneficiary's permanent land fund. It's realized a net increase in annual revenue of approximately $320,000 to the beneficiary's income funds. It has realized net investment returns of above previous returns of approximately $3.3 million. And it has also increased legally accessible acreage by 38,000 acres. So I just wanted to give that context to the committee that this is how we do land exchanges and land transactions currently based on these guiding principles. As was discussed earlier, in 2019, there was a draft bill, and we worked very closely with Representative Larson to try to create an expedited program where lands that were completely isolated within one ownership could be moved out into something that could be accessible by the public or by commercial ventures. This is the result of that draft bill, these set of rules. And so the criteria to be involved in an expedited program and separate from our normal program is that we can only accept parcels of state trust land that are 640 acres in size or less. The parcel has to be completely inaccessible via a public right-of-way or other legal instrument, and that the parcel must be wholly encompassed within one ownership boundary, one private ownership. That's not the BLM, can't touch it, Forest Service can't touch it, but one private. And the intent here is that these are, as the director likes to call them, nothing burgers. They have a net positive on every aspect. The public should have increased acreage to recreate on. The commercial development industry should have increased ability to find acreage to develop on. And we should find the ability to have lands that appreciate at a faster rate and hopefully generate more revenue on an annual basis. So the process that we would undertake to expedite this, if we find that situation, and again, it's completely voluntary. Our office will only indicate to people who are interested that this is an option for them. We wouldn't force it on anybody. It's just available on a completely voluntary basis. But we would go through our normal process where parcels are identified and nominated through our application process to us. We would place those parcels on the category 1 disposal and acquisition lists. At that point, the director is required to place them on the category 2 acquisition and disposal list if they meet those trust land management objectives. If they do, and if she does move it to the category 2 list, then we prepare a preliminary detailed analysis for the Board of Land Commissioners and present it to them in executive session. If the board asks us to bring it back to them in open session, we do that. If the board does not ask us to do that, then the transaction simply dies right there. However, if we move forward, we go to the Board of Land Commissioners in an open public session and ask them for approval to continue the analysis phase of the exchange. It's not final approval. It just gives us that initial approval to move forward with a preliminary analysis of the transaction. They will ask us also to prepare a detailed analysis, which will require comment from the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, comment from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, price opinion as determined by OSLI separate from an appraisal, and I'll come back to that. The income generating potential of the parcels, the manageability of the parcels, the existence of any wildlife habitat and wildlife recreational opportunities on the parcels, and the existence and importance of any public recreational opportunities or cultural resources. Back to the price opinion. We do appraise and require an appraisal of all land transactions, all lands within each land transaction. The way we would expedite it is that our office would set a price opinion with our certified general appraisers. That's a non-negotiable price opinion. The applicant is not required to accept that price opinion. However, if they do accept it, then they don't have to pay for the appraisal and they don't have to wait for the time it takes to complete that appraisal. So it shortens the time period and decreases the cost on the applicant. Once we compile all of that information, we will publish that detailed analysis to the public. And that publish of the detailed analysis starts our public comment period. And typically that's a 60-day public comment period. 60 days is defined in rule, and to Representative Western's question, 30 days is defined in statute. To expedite this process, we would reduce down to that statutory minimum of 30 days for the public to comment. And again, these are supposed to be transactions that don't garner a lot of public interest or public comment. We would also hold a public hearing in the county in which the parcels are located only if requested by the Board of County Commissioners where that parcel is located. And again, our rules require a public comment, public hearing be done in coordination with the county commissioners. In practicality, we do that every time. However, the statutory minimum is that that is only done if the county commissioners request one. So in this expedited program, we're reducing down to the statutory minimum that we would only hold a hearing if the county commissioners request one. At the end of the 30-day public comment period, we compile all of the public comments that were derived. We combine that with the detailed analysis and we present it to the Board of Land Commissioners for a final consideration in another open public meeting. And at that point, they direct us to complete the transaction or to deny it. Mr. Chairman, that is not quickly, very lengthy, the voluntary land exchange program and the history of our exchange process as well.
We already have the ability to do that. Okay, go ahead, Co-Chairman Bowman.
Okay, well, appreciate your work on this and, making it a priority. I really do appreciate that you putting the effort, and it looks pretty good from what I can tell. Just a little bit more information on the process of putting it into effect. It sounds like the board approved it on August 5th. And just if you could tell me what else needs to happen and when you expect that to happen for it to actually the rule to go into effect.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, you're correct. The board did adopt the rules formally. That kicks it into the next phase where the Management Council also needs to approve them and then the governor needs to sign them. And we expect that to be completed by the end of this month, the beginning of next.
So in a nutshell, if we proceed with this bill, we should probably amend out section B. All right. Is everybody okay? You got it? No? Okay.
No,
All right. Down here, we've got questions. Go ahead. You're good? Both of you? All right. Any other?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple comments and concerns on the 30-day notice that's been added into section C when you're ready to get into that.
Okay. All right, any other questions on what we've just discussed? Kind of understand it? All right, let's go ahead and move on to section C in the 30-day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I think Representative Western noted, each of our land transactions, they take a while and the applications take time for careful review to see if they meet the trust land management objectives. And not every application that we receive is going to fit that. So our concern is that publishing applications on our website prior to determining whether an application meets the trust land management objectives could result in confusion from the public and a decrease in efficiency of staff as they try to field questions on applications that are ultimately deemed not suitable for consideration. Another concern is under our current rules, once our review is completed and the land exchange application has been moved from the category 1 to our category 2 list, An agreement to initiate the transaction is executed between the board and the applicant after approved to do so at a public meeting. And that officially authorizes the office to perform a detailed analysis on the subject lands and proceed with the appraisals and obtain title commitments and all of that. And then if the agreement is essentially a purchase contract requiring the parties to act in good faith, if it's deemed suitable after the detailed analysis. And keeping the application confidential up to this point, we think protects the opportunities available for state trust lands. If applications were made prematurely available to the public prior to this point, it's possible that third parties could approach the applicant with a better offer than what they would gain from the proposed land exchange, and thus eliminating the beneficial exchanges for state trust lands. It could also have unintended impacts on surrounding private land prices, artificially increasing property prices in the subject area. If third parties are offering overappraised values, which the board cannot pay. Additionally, due to our lengthy land exchange process in our rules, a third party, private individual or an entity could complete a transaction much more quickly with the applicant, which may be more attractive to the applicant, and then inhibiting our ability to actually complete the exchange. Further, the costs of advertising in the newspaper are generally in our process paid for by the applicant. This would require a double advertising situation because we'd have to re-advertise again, announcing the public comment period and schedule for the public meeting. And notably, I would just say that the legislature has recognized the opportunity for shenanigans in real estate transactions with the state. The Wyoming statute 164405 deals with executive sessions, and that allows governing bodies like the board to hold executive sessions not open to the public to, among other things, consider the selection of a site or the purchase of real estate when the publicity regarding the consideration could cause a likelihood of an increase in price. And so from our viewpoint, our concern is timing's everything, and there is a time to notify the public. We think that our process gives plenty of time at this point for people to comment. We have a public hearing. We accept written comment. The board then takes comment again prior to moving forward with and authorizing the transaction. So we're concerned that this 30-day notice requirement from the date that we actually receive the application is not going to allow us to protect the deal or to even figure out if a deal can be had. And so we would just ask the committee to consider that with respect to the 30-day notification proposal in section C.
Okay, committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Director Scoggins. So make sure I understand this correctly. As the bill is written right now, it includes that 30-day period where you guys, where OSLI has to post it on their website. Don't you think removing that would remove a level of transparency and inclusiveness that's already written into the bill? So as it's written now, it seems like it's pretty transparent. And I think everyone on this committee is full of representatives who emphasize and believe that government across the board should be transparent, should be inclusive, especially when we're dealing with public assets. So when removing that 30-day notification period, remove a high level of transparency that's already built into the bill?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, we're all about transparency, clearly, and we need to be when we're in government and government service. It's not that we're opposed to increased transparency. We're just questioning whether this fits the mark. Requiring a disclosure of the deal within 30 days of receipt of the application doesn't allow the deal to even really get off the ground. And in some cases, we may not have even had enough time to determine whether this application would meet the trust management objectives, which creates a whole nother host of problems. The concern also is that, if people start understanding, oh, there's a deal to be had in this county, and then they rush out there and there's some shenanigans that go on with land transactions that now set the new appraisal price for lands that wasn't otherwise there. They may have been a little bit lower, or they artificially increase prices. And I think that's why you have, for example, the executive session law. It allows boards to make those determinations in an environment before they become the deal. And once you have the deal, then the public knows what to comment on, whether they think it's a good deal or it meets their local community expectations or whatever else. And they have plenty of opportunity to comment to the Board of Land Commissioners at the appropriate times. And so we're just concerned about our ability to even get to the deal in the first place by prematurely disclosing that somebody has provided an application. And we're also concerned that folks aren't going to want to do a deal with the state if they have to make their proposal transparent that early before we can even get in there. And sometimes the application, things change. We think about values and we have to add land. So it's value for value, or maybe we have to take lands away, or there's a cash equalization payment. And so we don't even really know what the deal is, or if there can even be a deal. And so we're concerned about chilling the public's desire even to try to make a deal for an exchange or for some other transaction regarding state lands.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Scoggins, you say you're in favor of transparency, and I'll take you at your word on that. But I think we need to be clear for the committee again. As the process stands right now, I just don't think it's very transparent. Right now, an applicant has to sign a confidentiality agreement regarding the disclosure of an application dealing with an asset that's owned by the taxpayers, that's owned by the state of Wyoming. So a deal is being evaluated, or however you wish to do it, with no inclusion of the public or even disclosure that an application is even pending. And I can certainly appreciate that this might, pump up prices or whatever that may be, but government should never be the highest bidder in a situation like this for some of these lands. So I think by removing that 30-day component, we're removing a level of transparency that I think that the public deserves. These are public assets owned by the taxpayer. And when you induce a level of opaqueness to these situations that are not inclusive of the public, it makes me very concerned as a policymaker that we are not being inclusive and that we are not being transparent, especially when it deals with taxpayer assets. So I really think that keeping that in here is a really important component. If a deal is good enough, if it really stands the test of time from every angle of criticism, I say that's great. That's how we know that this is a good transaction and needs to proceed. But having them continue under the guise of a lack of inclusion and transparency, I think kind of raises some red flags for me.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, if I just might sort of add a fine point on it. This is a trust asset that's held in trust for the trust beneficiaries. It also funds, K through 12 education and other things. These aren't public lands. They are managed in certain ways with certain goals and objectives. And so that's what makes this a little bit different. And with respect to the current process, I would yield to Director Crowder if you had some additional thoughts on that.
Right, and I think I would just clarify that inside of our application process, there are a lot of questions asked of the applicant, but I don't recall us requiring them to sign a confidentiality agreement. There may be some disclosure about us keeping the transaction in confidence as the rule requires us to until the board hears it in an open public session, but we don't expect them or require them to sign a confidentiality agreement.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yes, Representative Western.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. But my concern is that you're required, that OSLI is required to not say anything regarding the management of these assets that are ultimately owned by the state of Wyoming and ergo the taxpayer. And so there is a long process, a year, year and a half, 2 years, where the public isn't included at all, that there's no disclosure and no transparency in this process. And as a policymaker, that makes me greatly concerned.
Okay. Committee, any other questions? All right. So in a nutshell, and what we just discussed, your suggestion is to just remove the 30-day part of this, and it'll go through from from page 2, line 20, not more than 30 days to the end of on page 3, line 8? Or are you suggesting we remove the entire section C as well?
Mr. Chairman, I think we could probably remove all of section C as well.
Okay. We'd be left with section 2 then as the bill. Okay. Before, if there's no more questions, before we move on to the bill itself, is there any public comment? Other public, come on up, Mr. McGagnon, come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon, Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. We've worked closely with the Office of State Lands in developing their Chapter 26 regulations that were discussed here earlier. And frankly, we feel that those accomplish what you intend to have accomplished, and that at this point, there's no need for this legislation as far as Section 1. If you feel a need to proceed with Section 2 in terms of some funding for federal exchanges, that would be appropriate. Just one other comment with regards to the 30-day notice that would be required if this moves forward. I look at that from the perspective of a landowner or grazing lessee who may be willing to approach the state land office for an exchange. And I feel if I'm in that position, I need to have a way to reach out to the Office of State Lands and say, I have an idea here to exchange this for this. Is it something that is feasible to even look at? I want to know before it becomes public, whether they say we're willing to take a next step or this doesn't make any sense to us, you're wasting your time, so to speak. Currently, the only way I have to accomplish that is to file an application. And so therefore, I would strongly urge that that application have confidentiality at that point. If that's not the way that the committee would proceed, if this bill moved forward, then I would suggest that there needs to be a pre-application process where I can file with the Office of State Lands a letter of intent or letter of inquiry or something where I can have a discussion with them about the potential feasibility of this exchange before it goes public. Otherwise, I think we're trying to encourage more access, but we're discouraging it if we require that the only way I can begin a communication is for it to immediately become public. That, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Mr. McGagnon?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public testimony? Yeah, nobody online. So committee, what's your pleasure? Bill's been moved by Senator Cost. Get that pronunciation right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by, was that Western? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, Bill's been moved. Any changes to be made? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we strike page 2 in its entirety and page 3, lines 1 through 3. It's also need to update the short title to maybe to land exchange processes as we just be retaining section 2. Land exchange processes will be the title of that.
So we could probably start that maybe with page 1, all of section 1. Just take
Right,
that out.
yeah,
Okay.
section 1, delete section.
All right. Any discussion on that amendment? Or we need a second? Been seconded by Senator Cost. Discussion? Go ahead. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So discussion, the 30-day portion of this, and I've been bouncing, you're going back and forth with the 30-day notice to the public. So for an expedited process, I think, I'm questioning whether we need to leave in the 30-day public notice period, because this process should be expedited because there is absolutely no problem with anybody and it's easy. If we don't daylight this, I mean, anybody that wants to go into the expedited process should be willing to daylight it right away. Nobody's got a problem, let's go. If we don't have a quick enough notice process, I think it leaves room for nonsense down the road, but just for discussions. So.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Coach Bonner.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're basically eliminating the entire voluntary exchange process because they already took care of it in rules. So that's what the motion would do. So we're basically canning that entire part of the bill. There's another one, very separate consideration with the federal land exchanges. So that would remain. So just so we're clear about what the motion does, we're saying, okay, thank you, state lands, for making this change. In my mind, that's sufficient. We don't need to move forward with that part of the bill because they've already done it exactly the way that we expect them or wanted them to do in the draft bill. So that's what the motion does. I don't want to get wrapped around the wheel about the 30-day notice because the whole thing is going to be irrelevant if we, because it's already happened. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm lost. Are we on the amendment? And the amendment is to get rid of all of section 1?
Yeah, that's what we're on.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Representative Western.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can appreciate the good co-chair's concerns, but I actually share the vice chair's concerns in saying that this needs to be transparent. And I think that good applications will withstand the test of transparency or of any scrutiny. I think that the good ones will be able to make it through the process. And I think, again, a big component of this is transparency with these apps that are owned by the state and making sure that there is a high level of transparency. I appreciate that it's in rules, but as a policymaker, it certainly makes me feel better knowing that this is in statute in the green books.
Any further discussion? I think we're ready to vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Not sure. That was, it's getting late in the day. We'll just have a show of hands. All those in favor, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you have 9? Okay. Opposed? Maybe 3. All right. The motion carries. Any other discussion on the bill? I got one more little thing here. So we're left with section 2. And there was a suggestion that we put in funding for one full-time. Okay, we're on line 14. Funding for one full-time at-will employee or a consultant. And I guess I'd like to move that as an amendment to section 2. Moved by me and seconded. Okay, go ahead, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would like to research how we have referred to consultant positions before. It might be called, if you could do that leeway, perhaps with your amendment, that it might be called a consultant contract position, or I'm not entirely sure, but to just have the leeway to refer to it the way that we would typically refer to it.
All right, conceptually, we would have some outside party though. With that, I don't know how to, okay. How should I word that amendment that would be?
Mr. Chairman, I think you worded it just fine with leeway to call it correctly.
Okay.
And
All right.
to LSO to call it correctly.
Okay. I'm good with that if the second is. All right, any discussion on that amendment? Okay, so question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That's pretty lame. I'd call it and say it passed, but I think I better just get a show of hands. All those in favor of that, raise your hand. You have how many? 4. Opposed? Okay. That's why it was lame. There's stuff. Oh, there's a bunch over here. All right, that amendment fails. So it would remain a full-time at-will employee. Okay.
Did I hear a motion?
You have a motion? All right, go ahead, Representative Blackburn. Got a better idea.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we table this indefinitely.
Second.
Table the bill indefinitely.
Okay, been moved and seconded that we table the bill indefinitely. All those in favor? Well, let's see. Yeah, discussion. We need to have. No discussion.
Question.
Okay. So this would be probably do we need to do a roll call? Not really. We could do. Okay. All those in favor of that motion to table it indefinitely say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No.
All right, let's do a hand count. In favor of? 4, 7, 8. All right. I don't know. Opposed? Fails? The bill is tabled then indefinitely. So we'll go to the next bill. Heather, can you come up here? We are on state land leases. Heather, you go ahead and explain what you're doing in the bill.
Mr. Chairman, this is 22 LSO 0044, version 2. And I'm going to jump right to the staff comment. The May directive was to bring this bill as it was enacted in 2021. So this recent session, with the intent that there would be some committee discussion and anticipating Office of State Lands and Investments and other folks to bring what changes they thought might be needed, because this passed the legislature, but then you may recall the governor vetoed it. So this bill does not have any changes. It is as enacted in 2021. Actually, that's not true. There is one change. On page 6, it has an effective date of 2022 instead of 2021. Otherwise, this bill draft is as enacted and vetoed. Ready for discussion and suggestions from the Office of State Lands and Investments or anyone else. Oh, and I think we have someone from the governor's office on as well for this bill
Okay,
draft.
so, yeah.
Oh,
well, let's-
but I guess I should walk through the bill draft though still, right? Is that
Sure.
correct? Okay, so sorry.
Go ahead and refresh us on this
Okay.
bill.
So this bill draft relates to state lands. And what this bill draft it puts in place a preference for leases of state lands, and it provides for an auction if 2 or more applicants have a preference. and then conforms related provisions. So beginning at section 1 on page 2. In Title 36-5-105, and again, Title 36 is the title that deals with state lands in the state statutes. This goes to say that applicants desiring to lease to lease vacant state lands. So these are not lands that have a prior lease on them. These are vacant state lands. That for applicants desiring to lease vacant state lands shall be residents of the state or qualified under a provision in 36-5-101, or persons or legal entities authorized to transact business in the state. So that's one criteria. They shall have actual and necessary use for the land, and they shall offer to pay an annual rental at not less than fair market value as determined by the economic analysis pursuant to 36-5-101B, which describes that process. And for the use of forage, or this is all for the use of forage or other commodity that's available annually on the land for a period of 10 years. So this is to have a to lease vacant lands for a period of 10 years. And then this bill goes on to say at the bottom of page 2, also in leasing vacant lands, and we move to page 3, here's the whole process for a preference. So paragraph 1, it describes preference shall be given to applicants who are the owners, lessees, or lawful occupants of adjoining lands in good standing with the board. So that has the elements of being owners or lessees or occupants of adjoining lands. That's paragraph 1. Paragraph 2 is that the State Board of Land Commissioners shall award the lease of vacant lands as set forth below. So they'll determine the lease in this manner. Subparagraph A, starting on line 10, says that in instances where there's one applicant eligible for the preference, so that must mean that the person is an adjoining landowner, and a competing bidder is not, then the applicant eligible for the preference may elect to meet the highest bid of the applicants who not eligible for the preference. So that's it in one instance. Subparagraph B deals with an instance of where there are 2 or more applicants who are adjoining landowners, which means they're eligible for the preference. And in determining to which applicant to award the lease, the director of the State Office of State Lands and Investments shall request a final bid from the applicants eligible for the preference. So these adjoining landowners, 2 or more of them, and at a live auction in a manner as directed by the director to determine a successful applicant. So those applicants would go to a final bid at a live auction. At the top of page 4, subparagraph C describes the situation where there are 2 or more applicants eligible for the preference and 1 or more applicant who is not eligible for the preference. Then those applicants who are eligible for the preference may elect to match the highest bid. If those 2 or more applicants who are eligible for the preference elect to meet the highest bid, then the lease shall be awarded pursuant to subparagraph B, because then in that instance, see, they will have met the highest bid. So then we go back to the subparagraph B on page 3. So that is how to deal with the competing preferences or people who have the preference or not. Then on page 4, there's paragraph 3. Before accepting applications to lease vacant land, the director shall provide notice on the website of the office by mail to each adjoining private landowner of record and by other means as prescribed by rule. So people need to know that this is happening so that they can be out there and be a part of it and participate. Paragraph 4 are some additional definitions. So the definition of preference, which you may recall there were some back and forth on during the session, and here is where it landed. Preference means the elevated position of an applicant to participate in the vacant land bidding process as described in paragraph 1 of this subsection above applicants who are not the owners, lessees, or lawful occupants of adjoining lands in good standing with the board. So essentially, what this definition of preference does is it kind of restates what's in the process for leasing vacant state lands, which is at the top of page 3. So this preference and the top of page 3 are the similar language. Then at the top of page 5, the definition for vacant land means land that is not currently subject to a grazing and agricultural lease from the board. And then finally, this bill adds subsection H, which, if you recall, we were up at, all of this previous stuff was up at B. So this statute does have additional sections, and this goes and tacks on to the very end of subsection H to say that as used in subsection C of this section, preferred right means the right to renew a lease provided to an existing holder of a grazing and agricultural lease by the board if the existing leaseholder is in compliance with subsection C of this section. And so this is just making a distinction between a preferred right and a preference, which is in this vacant land leasing process. Then on page 5, these are conforming amendments in title 36 or section 36-5-108 to specify this preferred right under 36-5-101. And the preferred right, remember, is for someone who is the preferred right to renew a lease. So that's the second section for a land lease. And then finally, there's the effective date for that. So the first part of the bill deals with the vacant land leases, and the second part of the bill deals with renewing a land lease.
Committee questions? Right. So we must remember this bill, I guess. Oh, we've got one. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Chairman. I look at the staff comment down in first page, starting in 14, it says, "It is not recommended for the committee to refrain from voting for final action and sponsorship of this bill and bill draft until October 2021 meeting. Is the governor plan on resigning in October or something?"
Mr. Chairman, Representative Fortner, the reason why it's recommended that the committee refrain from final action on sponsorship of the bill is that any amendments that may be discussed today would be the first hearing of them. And because this bill draft, it would essentially be the request for a bill draft happening right now. And typically the request doesn't happen at the very same meeting as final action would be taken, because this right here is just moving forward what already existed. So anything new would, the committee would need time to contemplate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes. Senator Wasserberger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just need some help understanding what the difference is between a preference and a preferred right.
Mr. Chairman, may I grab a book?
Okay. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, go ahead.
And
I've been hit by a book before.
And while she's
Mr. Chairman,
getting- oh, go ahead.
it is not changed in this bill. So 36-5-105 C. 36-5-105 C.
Hang on a second. Heather, I'm going to have our co-chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, and while Heather looks that up, in general, I thought we were looking to differentiate between a preference that occurs only in the vacant leasing process and a preferred right, which is in other parts of, I guess, non-vacant land. And so right now, it's my understanding that those terms are used interchangeably. Part of what the bill does is made it consistent and clarified that. But I'm sure there's more detailed response to.
Mr. Chairman, that is subsection C, which is not addressed in this bill, does talk about a preferred right in the situation of an applicant who is the holder of an expiring lease. So that's in the situation of renewing a lease. They already use this term preferred right. And since subsection B now has a process for a preference, and those just words are so similar, that's why this bill draft incorporated or attempted to make the distinction to make sure the two aren't confused. So C is all about renewing a lease that already exists. B is about a lease of vacant land that doesn't yet exist. And so that's what that subsection H tries to make sure that the two don't get confused.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, all right. All right. So I think we'll have state lands next, and then we've got office, the governor's office too on the line. Go ahead, state lands.
Mr. Chairman, I guess to bring everybody back around, I think the crux of the governor's veto letter was concerns that Senate File 114 diminished the board's discretion in awarding vacant leases. The concern was that there was a directive to award leases based on the proximity of the applicant. And so I think that was one of the main problems with it. Plus, in certain situations and circumstances, even somebody may be an adjacent landowner, but maybe they've got some other problems as to why they're not a good choice for the lessee role. And so I believe that and I don't want to speak for the governor, and perhaps Randall can do that, but it's my understanding that that was the problem, was to recognize that the board has the duty to lease in a manner that inures to the greatest benefit of the trust beneficiaries. So with that in mind, the board decided to enter into the rulemaking process to see if it could sort out some of these issues that we were contemplating during the legislative session earlier in the year. And so the board, in that rulemaking process, they tried to give careful consideration to the issues from the 2021 legislative session. You may recall that Auditor Racinas was at many of those hearings and meetings and trying to understand and provide input. The board also relied on, in the rulemaking process, on recollections from Treasurer Meyer and from Secretary Buchanan with respect to their understanding of the legislature's intentions when the statute regarding preference was initially enacted. And so the board also accepted public comment during the rulemaking process and implemented some suggestions that were made by the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. And those rules were recently adopted, and I believe they're in the same status as the voluntary land exchange. The LSOs recommended the rules be on the consent agenda for approval by the Management Council. And it's our hope that we could have some time to see if these rules are going to work and if the process is going to address some of the situations that we've been incurring in the vacant leasing process. But in order to help this committee, I thought it might be helpful if we have Deputy Director Crowder kind of walk through the differences between what came out of the rulemaking session versus what's in Senate File 114, or which is, as I understand it, is what's being offered at this point. So with your indulgence, if Deputy Crowder could walk through that.
Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be speaking from a handout that we provided you. It has large Romanet 2 on it. Inside of this handout is the board matter that the board did approve for adoption of the rules and how we describe the situation to them. So just real quickly for the committee, we, as the Office of State Lands and Investments, have historically offered vacant lands pursuant to an internal process that wasn't written or provided for in policy. And I believe we did maintain a consistent process, but it was not written down. So it's appropriate to create rules to have that written for applicants to follow. We provided the board with some statistics that going back 13 years, which is the best data that we could pull, out of the 4,000 grazing leases that we manage, 49 of those were offered as vacant land. Of those, 28 required a director's decision, and a director's decision is only required if we receive competing bids or conflicting bids. So in only 28 cases did we receive more than one bid. Of those 28, 12 were appealed to the Office of Administrative Hearings. Our process is that once the director issues a decision, we provide that to the applicant and to the conflictor, and those parties have 30 days to appeal that decision. And in 12 instances that occurred. We provide that information to the Office of Administrative Hearings, and they serve as the board's arbiter or hearing examiner, if you will, to provide the board with a recommendation based on the facts of what the final determination of the board should be. As the director mentioned, in October of 2020, the board did authorize OSLI to begin the regular rulemaking process. It later rescinded that authorization after the discussions that were had during the legislative session. And again, allowed us to move forward with the regular rulemaking session in June of 2021. And this is the set of rules that they did ultimately approve. The vacant land leasing process within Chapter 4 of the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations is also attached in the packet, and I'll run through that process quickly here if I can. Subsection A of Section 6, which is the leasing of vacant land, sets the mindset for how vacant land should be leased, and it pulls from subsection A of 36.5.105 that says that the vacant land the office may offer vacant land for lease in a manner that recognizes its fiduciary duty to the state trust land beneficiaries and in a manner that shall inure to the greatest benefit of those beneficiaries. It further provides specific filing periods that shall be established by advertisement, and that if we receive multiple applications during the advertising period, those applications shall be considered in conflict under the provisions of subsection C, which is if we receive 2 or more applications in conflict, that the board shall operate and consider those under the provisions of 36 Wyoming statute 36.3.102, 36.5.105, and 36.5.108, and chapter 1 of the board's rules. What the office will do immediately if we receive a conflicting application is determine if a preference exists in any of the applicants by analyzing the applicant, analyzing provisions specific to 36.5.105B as it currently states, which is the applicant a bona fide resident citizen of the state? Is it qualified to transact business in the state? Is the applicant, or does the applicant have actual and necessary use of the land? Is the applicant the owner, lessee, or lawful occupant of adjoining lands? And does the applicant offer to pay annual rental of not less than the fair market value? In the event that there is not an applicant that qualifies for the preference as described above, the director shall consider the following items when issuing her decision. And again, the director's decision conditionally awards the lease. It does not ultimately issue the lease. The Board of Land Commissioners holds that responsibility. But when issuing that director's decision, if no applicant qualifies for the preference exists, then the director will analyze the qualifications of the applicant under the provisions of 36.5.101, the rental offered by the applicant, and any other attributes of the applicant that might inure to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries. Now, should one applicant qualify for the preference as described above, and one applicant, that applicant is not the high bidder, then the director shall request a final bid from all applicants in a manner as directed by the applicant, by the director, in either a sealed bid or a live auction scenario. And that would be used to determine the successful applicant. If only one applicant qualifies for the preference as determined above, and that is the high bidder, well, then the director shall consider the following when issuing her decision, and that would be qualifications of the applicant under 36.5.101, their rental offered, the attributes that inure to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries, and the applicant's qualification for the preference as stated above. Again, any applicant may appeal the director's decision, and the petition shall be treated as a contested case pursuant to Wyoming statute 16-3-107. And a hearing officer shall preside over the contested case hearing and make a recommendation to the board. The decision of the board awarding the grazing and agricultural lease at that point shall constitute the final agency action. But Mr. Chairman, I have jotted down some notes where the rules on their face separate a little bit from the statute or the draft bill as written. I think that the intent of the draft bill is codified within these rules. And we did try, as the director mentioned, very hard to use the discussions that were had in the last legislative session and those outside to inform this draft set of rule. But with your permission, I can tell you where they might diverge a little bit.
Okay, the question I'd have though, after you explain that, if you've got one applicant that qualifies as your preference leasee, but is not the high bid, what happens in that case? Did you present that scenario?
Mr. Chairman, we did.
Okay,
If
I
the
missed it.
person eligible for the preference is not the high bidder and somebody who's not eligible for the preference is the high bidder, the preference is that low bidder, the one eligible for the preference, gets to participate in a secondary bidding situation.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the first place that we found that the bill and the rule diverge a bit is that the bill indicates that preference is only given to adjoining landowners. Our rule conforms with the existing statute where the preference is given to individuals who exhibit all of the following provisions. They are a citizen of the state. They are qualified under subsection 365-101. They exhibit actual and necessary use of the land. They hold adjoining or control adjoining lands, and they offer to pay the fair market value. So we have included all of those provisions as one situation that an applicant needs to comply with all of those separate provisions to be qualified for the preference. The bill simply provides the preference to adjoining landowners. In the bill, in a couple different places on page 3, lines 6 through 8, and page 4, line 7, it directs the board to award the lease to entities who comply with the provisions of the bill. The rule allows the board discretion based on factors that would inure to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries. Within the proposed bill, the process for preference holders to participate, there's a process for preference holders to participate by matching bids of non-preference holders or participate in a live auction with other preference holders. The rule allows the preference holder to participate, as we just mentioned, by participating in the secondary bidding situation if they are not the high bidder. The proposed bill also defines the preference as adjoining landowner. The rule, again, defines the preference as somebody who holds all of those specific situations that I spoke about. And then finally, the bill indicates a mailing notice to each adjoining private landowner. And by existing rule, not by proposed rule, we do that through advertisement. And practically that does happen through notice on the website, through a gov delivery push, and through mailing notices out. And very quickly, those are the places where the bill and the rule diverge.
Okay, committee questions? Yes, Co-Chairman Bonner.
Yeah, on that last point, Mr. Crowder, say you already mail notices to adjoining landowners. And that occurs not just website, I'm talking about mailing to every adjoining landowner for the vacant lease.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, the intent of this whole process is to derive as much revenue as possible and to secure the best lessee. And to do that, we need as many bidders as possible to choose from. And so we do advertise it on our website. We do a Gov delivery push. And then if there are any other people who are not touched by that we know that we can find an address for, and we feel like they've expressed interest or would be interested in the parcel, we do approach them either through a phone call or by mailing something to them.
Okay, so if I understand the answer to the question is it depends. And so there is a significant difference there, or potentially significant difference that the bill would require you to contact every adjacent landowner.
That's correct. And Mr. Chairman, we've spoken to past bills that require notice. And one of our concerns is that how do we find those people if the statute is very stringent on who we need to address? Do we find them through the assessor's office, through land records? Are those addresses still up to date? And we have a conflict there that we may have attempt to reach those people. We may not reach those people. And if we don't, have we complied with that provision of the statute?
Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like we've got some conflict here between what we want to put in statutes and excuse me, your rules. How hard is it for you to change your rules? Is it excruciatingly hard?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, it's not necessarily hard to change rules, but getting to this point with the board has been tough because everybody has their own view of how their recollection is or what they want to see. So this set of rules is really a nice compromise and a thorough discussion of the issues as the board sees it and as they were concerned. The other piece of it is in our experience, if we can avoid putting process into statute, that makes it easier for us because if the process doesn't work, it's much harder to change it. So we like to have this in rule, but understand that the committee has concerns about the way they want things done as well.
All right, I think before we go to other public comment, and I'm going to want probably some more input from the public. We'll go to the governor's office. Are you still there, Randall? You're muted. We can't hear you yet, Randall.
That probably would have been preferred, Mr. Chairman, but thank you for letting me know that. Again, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, my name is Randall Luthi, Energy Advisor for Governor Gordon. And you might immediately raise your eyebrows as, you know, why are you here talking about this bill? But I can tell you during my life, I have pulled a few calves. I fed a bunch of cows and I've baled a whole lot of hay. So actually, I feel quite comfortable in being in front of the Ag Committee. It also gives me an opportunity to expand to other committees. And frankly, our office is a bit thin right now. So we're doing our best to cover each other and cover all the issues. And I appreciate your patience as I work through some of these issues. So right off the bat, I bring you greetings from Governor Gordon, and he does apologize for not being able to join you today. But on his behalf, I'm going to offer some comments on a couple of bills. The first one being the one in front of you, which is LSO 44 version 2. As mentioned in the background and discussion of this bill, the Governor Gordon did veto a similar bill earlier this year. As governor, he's a member of the Board of Land Commissioners as well as the State Loan and Investment Board. Now, these boards are specifically established to make decisions on behalf of the state regarding the management of state lands and certain financial investments. The board is entrusted to see that the state lands are managed to ensure the greatest benefit to the trust beneficiaries, which include our schools. And, just by its nature as a board, the board's able to respond relatively quickly to situations as they arise. And I think this is a good example. The legislature had a discussion of this issue, this committee had a discussion of this issue, and the board recognized that. And that ability to promulgate rules is a good example of this board's nimble ability. And then at the same time, the board through the years has provided a consistent, steady hand, which is so important to the many users of our state lands. The governor fully understands and respects his role of this committee and the legislature in providing guidance, and particularly statutory guidance to the board. But it is the board that is ultimately responsible for the management of state lands and the income derived therefrom. So at this time, the governor strongly prefers that the board and the Office of State Lands continue to have that flexibility and leeway to decide how to lease vacant state lands. That is their job. He believes that this proposed rule is the best path forward. And frankly, if it turns out that this rule does not address your concerns of the committee, he is certainly more than willing to discuss other options in the future. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Luthi? Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me off easy on that one.
Okay. We still have some time for public comment. Mr. Magagna, would you come up for? I think you've been involved with this, and I guess I have one question for you. So I'm guessing before you start, you're aware of the problems that we've had that basically put this legislation in front of us. Would, in those cases, there's 2 or 3 that I know of, in those cases, would these new rules, in your mind, correct what happened?
Mr. Chairman, I believe they would significantly help in what happened. I think that the recent rules adopted by the board would provide some assistance, and I'll get into a little more detail after, but I do think these rules or this legislation would be helpful to that process.
All right.
And I have to comment, Mr. Chairman, that I've worked with Mr. Luthi for many years, and I relish the opportunity to follow his comments and perhaps to some degree disagree with him at this time. Most often we agree on things. But having said that, I think the key thing here is we submitted intensive comments to the Board of Land Commissioners on their recent rule. I would say that within the parameters of the statutory authority that exists today, the board did what they could do. The rules are not satisfactory to us, but they're not satisfactory because of the current status of the statute. And that will be the focus of my comments. The current statute just lumps together all of these qualifications to lease vacant land and does not distinguish between what are qualifications that must be met and what is the preference. And our understanding, and has been for many, many years, that the only item in there that's a preference is the ownership or control of adjacent lands. All of the other items, as this bill correctly spells out, are requirements in order to be a qualified applicant. The way the statute reads today, it runs all those together, and frankly, it's a victim of the fact that things have been added over the years, but the statute was never rewritten, so it's just become terribly confusing. So I would strongly urge you to move forward with this bill to address 2 things. One would be clarifying what the preference is. And I believe, looking at the bill, that the language on page 2 and page 3 through line 4 necessarily and importantly do that. As far as page 3, lines 6 and the A, B, C, and D that lays out the process, I think this is a good process, but I would also respect the position that was presented by the Director of Office of State Lands, that perhaps that defining the specifics of the process should better be left to the board to accomplish and the office through rulemaking. as long as you provide the statutory structure that would make the rules work the right way. So I would have no problem if your decision were to move forward with this and eliminate the A through C. The other point that I think is very important is the fact that this distinguishes between the preference and the preferred right. In the case of vacant lands, as has already been pointed out, that's a privilege that's granted to have a preference if you own lands that are adjacent to it. In the case of current lessees, that's an absolute right that I have as a lessee to renew my lease as long as it goes on, as long as I've been an appropriate caretaker of the land, and as long as I meet any high bid, legitimate high bid that is offered. So I think that distinction, which doesn't exist in current statute and which does exist in this bill between preference and preferred right, provides some very helpful clarity to the statutes as they exist today. Regarding the other item that mailed to each adjoining private landowner, I think that is critical. If they have a preference, they need to know. And for our landowners to have to be dependent on something that's on state land website to know a piece of land is being offered is just totally unacceptable. I think that can be met. If the land office acquires information from the county assessor's office on who owns the adjacent lands and notifies those people, I think they've met their obligation. If there's an error in the assessor's office, that's not the responsibility of the Office of State Lands. So I see no problem with maintaining that position in there. The only item in this bill that we frankly are uncomfortable with, as we are in the regulations that were recently adopted, is the call for a live auction. And I can understand why that's looked at as a way to do this. I think what's important is as we think about these state lands, yes, we want to maximize revenue, and a live auction might get people jazzed up and you might really get a high bid out of it. But the real function of these state lands is to optimize the benefit to the beneficiary of these lands. So you also have to be aware of the need. You want stability. You want people who acquire these leases to be in a position that they can survive in their business and maintain that lease over a period of time, maintain that stewardship of the land. Our fear is that particularly for younger producers just getting started who may see an opportunity with a piece of vacant land or just the typical family rancher out there, that auctions, and our people certainly compete in auctions to buy bulls or buy rams, but an auction for a piece of land can too easily lead someone in the intensity of the moment to bid an amount that isn't going to pan out for them in their operation over the next 10 years that this lease is for. It's not like the bull. If you buy it and you paid for it once, it's over. With this, you have whatever you bid, you have to pay this at least for the next 10 years. And we would much prefer to see sealed bid competitions. If it needs to happen a couple of times because you get equal bids, so be it. But rather than a live auction, the sealed bid process allows those potential bidders to sit down, analyze the amount they're going to bid in terms of, will this work economically, financially in my operation before they submit that bid. With that, Mr. Chairman, those would be our key points, but we would certainly strongly urge you to move forward with this legislation with or without some of the provisions that I've mentioned, and would be happy to entertain any questions.
Committee questions? Thank you, Mr. McGee. Oops, we got one up here. Okay. Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around what's, I've heard that the board maybe didn't do it right. We're pushing in a direction. I mean, this looks like issues where I've worked with other boards and we couldn't get the board to do anything. And I'm just wondering if that's where the problem is. I'm just trying to figure out why we spent this long on a 3-page bill. And it doesn't seem that this is that complicated. So I'm trying to figure out where the real problem is. Do board members need to be replaced? I mean, I just don't understand
that. Mr. Chairman, Senator Bouchard, I don't place the fault here with the board. Yes, there's been some difference of opinion by board members, which is healthy in my view, that they're each expressing their views. I place the fault that the current way the statute has developed does not allow them to move forward with this process in an appropriate manner. And that was the problem. I literally spent, I believe, 45 minutes participating virtually with the board when they were adopting these Chapter 4 rules recently. And I finally came to the realization it wasn't that the board and our organization were differing on what needed to be done. It's that a literal reading of the statute, this section, the way it's written today, wouldn't allow the board to do those things. They were trying to remain true to the letter of the statute, and the statute is evolved so poorly over the years that they were unable to meet what we deem to be the needs with this statute without some change.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's where I'm trying to wrap my head around this. If they have the rulemaking ability, how the heck could us passing more rules say, oh, wait, we can't fix it now? I mean, that's where I'm getting lost. So, I mean, does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bouchard, if I understand you correctly, and perhaps I'm not understanding it, even though they have very broad authority, and as the Board of Land Commissioners, more authority than probably anyone in any other agency in state government, they still have to operate within the parameters of the legislation that has been passed by the legislature. And that's where I think that this current statute creates some parameters that in the current day and age don't enable the board through their rulemaking to achieve what we believe are the desired objectives and what we believe we could find common ground with the board on with these clarifications to the statute.
Go ahead, Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to be like, you know, I'm not from the show me state, but I want to see specifically what you're talking about when you say that, because if some of these rules, the board has that broad authority and they couldn't agree at the board level. And I'm just trying to see if that was more of the problem than the rules themselves. That's all I'm trying to get to, because I can't see where unless you can show it to me specifically.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman and Senator Bouchard, I don't have the exact language of the existing statute in front of me that would be very helpful, but my point is under the existing statute and under the rules that the board adopted conforming with that statute, the requirement to be a citizen of the state of Wyoming or to be authorized to do business in Wyoming, the requirement to have absolute necessary use for the land, those are all in the statute currently such that they appear to be preferences along with the preference of being an adjacent landowner. So you've got the board trying to adopt a rule based on accommodating 3 preferences. And my point is, which I think this clarifies, is that there's only one preference, and that's the preference to be an adjacent landowner. All of those others are intended in the statute to be absolute requirements to be a qualified applicant. And the way the statute reads, the board felt obligated, or the land office did, in making recommendations to the board to treat all of those as preferences, which we believe is incorrect.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Blackburn.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McGagan, I guess your comments about live auctions is making me wonder if that isn't a personal responsibility that the rancher takes. And I've met a few ranchers in my life, and most of them pretty smart. I can't see them going in, and although I've been to auctions for other items where people get crazy, I just can't see them doing that. So I'm just wondering what your deep concern is on that issue.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Blackburn, I wouldn't say that's a live or die issue in this legislation, certainly, but our concern is primarily we're trying very hard in recent years in particular to get new young people into agriculture, into our ranching operations in the state. And we've got some excellent examples of success there. Those are the people I'm most worried about that maybe get caught up in the heat of the moment. And if they're an adjacent landowner, it's probably not an issue. But if there's not an adjacent landowner and someone sees that, well, I could, if I can't afford to go out and buy a piece of land given market values in Wyoming today, but if I could acquire a state lease on this section of land, I've got a few cattle or I can buy a few cattle, I can begin an agricultural operation on that land. Those are the people I'm thinking of when I express some concern with that they would get caught up in the moment of live bidding without giving it the thoughtful consideration, or maybe even if necessary, sitting down with their banker and saying, it looks like I'm gonna have to pay $15 in AUM to get this lease. Can that work? Can you support me if I do that? That's the type of scenario that I'm envisioning there.
Well, all based off that, because the live auction only comes in to play when there's an adjoining landowner. So your example, I don't think makes any sense. When, you know, that's a requirement. So it's not, by definition, not going to be somebody who's new to the business. And frankly, as a younger producer, I'd like to provide some evidence that younger people are stupider than older people and are going to make such a silly decision. It's not that hard to know what your upper limit is when you go into an auction and then don't exceed it. So, I mean, and so do you have any evidence to support your claims there, Mr. McGaggy?
Mr. Chairman, in the context of this particular section dealing with preference, I would totally agree with you. I guess and perhaps I'm not reading this correctly into the broader context, but that if we authorize the use of live auction, if there is no one with a preference and there are 3 bids without a preference, I'm assuming, and maybe I'm misreading this, that because this is only dealing with the preference, but if there's no preference and there are 3 or 4 bidders and none of them have preference, that at least under the rule, maybe it's not covered in here, that the board would still go out to a live auction to determine if the bids were all the same. If there are 2 people and they bid the same amount, they would still go back to a live auction to determine the successful bidder. I apologize because I think probably under this part of the statute, as this bill is written, that is not specified. And if that's not the process that would be used, I stand corrected.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's my reading of the bill that only comes into play when there's 1 or more individuals that have preference, and preference is dictated by being an adjoining landowner. So I think it's
certainly under this section that's right. Correct.
Now they could make a rule that,
yeah,
I mean, but that's outside
in the case where there's no preference, no one with a preference. I'm not sure currently under the rules what process the board uses for if they receive bids that are the same. Would they use a live auction, or would they simply go out and request another round of bids? That's a question that I would defer to the board on, or to the Office of State Lands on.
Well, I think it's clearly outside the purview of this legislation. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay. Yeah, other public comment? Okay. So I have not done anything. I'm lost. Okay, it's getting late in the day. We have not moved the bill. Committee, what's your pleasure? Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the bill? Amendments, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the only part of the bill that really needs our focus on page 3, lines 6 through 8. I understand the concern now, I guess, in a way I didn't during the session, that we do have to allow for some discretion to the board because we're not going to be able to anticipate every last circumstance. That being said, the point of the bill and the need for the bill is to provide some clarity and provide a consistency and frankly, a sense of fairness. I don't think the impression, at least among producers, is that it just doesn't exist in the current process because these statutes are so convoluted and in part due to that. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we can amend the bill on page 3, line 6, basically delete the current language and insert something along the lines of when the Board of Land Commissioners determines a preference is in the best interest of trust beneficiaries, the preference shall be administered as set forth in this paragraph. So they have to decide whether the preference is going to apply, but once it does, there's a very defined process for applying that preference, as is in that paragraph 2, then A, B, and C that follows in it. So that's the motion to amend those 3 lines basically and provide a little bit of flexibility to the board as to whether or not they're going to apply the preference or whether it's appropriate.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? That's an amendment. Yes. Second, we've got a second. Any discussion on the amendment?
Question.
Question's been called for. All those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that amendment passes. Any further discussion on the bill amendments? Question's been called for. This will be a roll call. Go ahead, Katie.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for committee sponsorship of 22 LSO 44 state land leases as amended. Senator Bouchard. Senator French. Senator Cost.
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger. Representative Blackburn. I'm sorry. Representative Blackburn. Representative Clausen. Representative Fortner. Representative Heiner. Representative Larson. Representative Western.
Aye.
Representative Wharf.
Aye.
Representative Winter.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Boner.
Aye.
Chairman Eklund.
Aye.
All pass.
Okay, the next bill for our consideration, and we need the state lands up here and Heather as well. Hopefully it'll go a little faster. It's shorter. When you're ready, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, this is the bill earlier, I said changes the farm loan interest rate. This is 22 LSO 0048, working draft 0.5. And what this bill does is it goes into the farm loans that are in Title 11. Title 11 is the title that addresses many agricultural issues in the statutes. And what it does is it goes, so this is at the bottom of page 1, you'll see that we're in 11-34-117. And it indicates that the board may set interest rates at the lower of 3% above the yield on a 10-year United States Treasury bond or 8%. And then it carries that, does that same language in subsection B, which a farm loan to a beginning agricultural producer shall bear interest at the lower of 3% above the yield on a 10-year United States Treasury bond or 8%. So it makes it be so that subsections A and B for these farm loans are at 3% above the yield on a 10-year United States Treasury bond or 8%, whichever is lower. Oh, and there's an effective date of July 1, 2022.
Committee questions. Okay, thank you, Heather. Go ahead.
Mr.
Director
Chairman.
Scoggins.
I just wanted to provide a little bit of background on this loan program so that the committee understands what these changes ultimately do. And so the loan programs provided valuable aid to Wyoming's agricultural sector and is currently supported by $275 million authorized from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. For farm loans, there's 220 million, and beginning ag producer loans, there's 55 million set aside. The current loan portfolio includes only 5 outstanding farm loans totaling $938,568 and 48 beginning ag producer loans totaling over $19 million. The farm loan program utilization has declined. And I think that that was the concern that was raised by the committee at the last meeting. But I believe the committee understands that this program was enacted originally to address situations where interest rates were very high. And so they wanted to have the ability for the ag community to come get a reasonable loan interest rate from the state. And at that point, it's been 8% for loans up to 50% of the approved value and 9% for loans up to 9% for loans up to 60% of the appraised value. And so what's made sense is when interest rates are high, and in order to keep the ag community solvent, they could come and get these loans, and these loans, it was decided that those interest rates would be reasonable, if you will, and help the ag communities to survive. The program was not originally intended to compete with Wyoming's financial institutions. It was mainly to be a safety net, or what we term a loan of last resort. And when we say a loan of last resort, we're not talking about loaning to people with questionable credit or anything like that. It's sort of, okay, interest rates are really high. We need something to sustain us. Let's go get a reasonable rate for the loan. The beginning ag producer program is the only ag related program that we've been able to see an increase in activity. For those loans, for the first 10 years of the loan, the interest rate's been the rate, which is lower, the lower of 8% or the average yield on a 10-year US Treasury bond for the previous year as of the date of the loan closing. At the end of the 10 years, that rate goes up to 8%. The idea with the beginning ag producer loan is, again, to encourage new people into the industry to come in and get a reasonable interest rate for the loan. But after 10 years, it's thought that hopefully they're on their feet, they can move forward, and they don't need the state loan at that point. And so we see at that point, after 10 years, people either pay back the remaining balance of the loan, or they refinance the remaining debt with a bank at the market rate. And some have actually continued with the farm loan program at a much higher interest rate for whatever reason of their choosing. So the concern with this bill is we believe that the new interest rate, which is set fairly low, obviously will increase interest in the farm loan program. So we would anticipate needing some additional folks internally to help process those loan applications, and underwriters and appraisers that also support the program. The other piece of it is, again, these low interest rates in the farm loan program, now it changes the point of the program in the first place. Now the fear is that we're competing with banks at this point, which the legislature can decide if that's a good way to go. The other concern is that now with the beginning ag producer loan program setting the rate low, and then after 10 years, essentially they would be able to transition into a farm loan, which would also have those really low interest rates. So now instead of there being 10 years of that money tied up at a low interest rate, they could go for up to 30 years. So perhaps you need the treasurer's office to weigh in on the propriety of this impact to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and investment. I don't know what that looks like, but just raising those issues for this committee. So it would be a change in the purpose, if you will, of the farm loan program, which obviously the committee has the ability to decide if that's what they want to do.
Yes, Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, ma'am. I think early on you said this was a last resort loan, and now you're saying that we'll be competing with the banks. So it's one or the other. Which is it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, I'm not talking about with these changes. What I'm talking about is as the loan program is today, it's considered a loan of last resort or a safety net, meaning, interest rates at the bank are very high. These would be more manageable at 8%, believe it or not, that was the thought. And so this would be a loan of last resort for somebody to go to in order to be able to survive, if you will. Now with the low interest rates, if the body decides to move to the low interest rates that are proposed in the bill, then it becomes a different type of program. It's no longer a loan of last resort. It makes the program bigger. It could be a loan of first resort.
So when were these interest rates established?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I know that. I want to say it's 2012. And there was a concern at that point, but I'm going to have to get that information for you. I don't know that for certain.
Wasn't done when the interest rates were 20% then?
Well, it may have been back in the 80s. I don't know the current interest rate though. Jason, would you happen to know that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure when the last interest rate change was made, but this is a process that's been enacted through the Farm Loan Act back in 1921.
Okay. Okay, so just kind of piggybacking on what Representative Blackburn said, I'm not sure that I understand the argument on loan of last resort. If it was an 8% loan when private institutions were asking 20%, then they already created some competition then. I'm not sure that I see that argument very well. Do you know what I'm?
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sure
I
I'm
think I
correct.
understand what you're saying. And I guess really what I'm trying to convey is that the point of the loan program, as I understand it, is to help the ag community when those interest rates are 11%, 12%. And that's the difference between survival and not survival for that particular ag producer. And so the 8% coming to the state, they don't have any other options because everything else is too high and too costly. That's my understanding.
Included in that, would it be they can't get a loan from a private institution? Or is that part of the?
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that with this loan program, we're still concerned about the applicant's ability to service the loan debt and all of that. This isn't for, or at least the way the farm loans are now and the beginning ag producers, they are heavily scrutinized. They are not loaning to sort of borderline credit applicants.
Okay. Committee, other questions? All right. Yes, we do have another question. Representative Blackburn, go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Why are we still at 8% when the mortgage loans are so low? You're still charging 8%. So I don't see how this helps any rancher or farmer.
Mr. Chairman, again, it's like I said, the point of the program when it was established was specifically to address high interest rates with the banks. And in today's market, yeah, we haven't had a lot of interest in it because the interest rate is higher than what you can get at most conventional banks. And so people are not loaning from the program. But as I mentioned, the whole point of establishing the program, as I understand it, was to address those really high interest rates back in the 80s. So it's not really a loan that's in competition, if you will. It's just been kind of sitting there for a while without a lot of use on the farm loan side. On the beginning ag producers, we've had quite a bit of interest in that program.
Representative or Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, USDA loans are going from 1.5 to 5%. If we're going to help farmers, I think we need to help them a little bit. I don't think we need to put something up there where we're looking at our farmers are not really sitting there fluent in money. And so I'm concerned about, okay, if they can't get a loan necessarily for some reason, there ought to be some way that we can have a way to assist them and still make decent interest for the state. But loans are so low right now that I think 8% is not even in the ballpark, so.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Coast. Again, this program was developed for the high interest rate sector. Now, if the body wants to change it to a lower interest rate and make it more palatable, and certainly that's the committee's decision to make. I'm just mainly providing the background on the reason for the 8 and the 9% was for use in a different time, a different financial time. And as I mentioned, I think there was just some concerns raised about, gee, is this going to put us in direct competition with banks and other things, which should the state really be there? And that's not my decision. That's obviously your decision. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just providing information.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't understand your argument that you don't want to compete with banks, but when interest, I used to pay 21%. You were at 8%. So that was direct competition with a bank. You were offering way lower interest rates. And then now that it's interest rates are way low, you don't want to compete with banks, but it was okay to compete with banks back then. Help me out here. I don't get the argument.
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, the idea was, you're correct from the standpoint of 8% versus 21%. You're competing with a bank. But the difference is that those were made available so that farmers could survive the times. They couldn't necessarily afford the 21%. And so that's why this was offered to them. So yes, I guess in that respect, it's competing with banks. But what I'm talking about is a head-to-head competition. Like for instance, if the interest rates get set similar to what you can get a conventional loan at today, then should the state be competing with the conventional loan at a bank with the same interest rate? I'm not sure if you're understanding my distinction there.
Oh, I understand things just fine, ma'am. I truly do understand things. So your argument that it was competing with banks when it was 8%, but now it wasn't competing with them, but now it may be. Well, maybe the things have changed. Maybe the price structure and their profitability is different to where that the 10-year is what, 1.3, so it'd be 4.3%. Maybe that's helpful to the ag community. So I still struggle with your argument there.
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, I'm sorry, I did not mean any disrespect. I was more questioning my ability to communicate my viewpoint, not your ability to understand that. So I apologize for that. I think the difference is we're dealing with permanent mineral trust funds here. And so I think that's probably the concern with respect to is this the way the state wants to utilize those funds? And again, that's for this body to decide.
Committee, any other questions? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Representative
I do have issues also with the competition with the banks and such. You know, I think when a farmer's in dire needs, it doesn't, you know, the interest rate is very, very important. Every 1% is. I guess my other question, I didn't have a question there, but these funds are in the permanent mineral trust fund. Or is the interest rate going to the general fund then, or is it going to the land investment?
Mr. Chairman, and maybe you know the answer to this, Jason, but I believe once we hit a certain threshold, then that percentage that we take in for loan application fees and that sort of thing, once we hit a certain dollar threshold, then that reverts to the, or not reverts, but then it is placed in the general fund.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. I don't think I explained myself very well. So the 254 million, where's the interest on that going right now? Or is it just the interest rate from the loans that you have out there that may go to the Office of State Lands and Investment?
I guess I'm not understanding the question, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the funds set aside for this loan program are currently held by the state treasurer's office. And they hold them in a liquid-esque type of an account. And what that means, I have no idea. That's over at the treasurer's office. But when we make a loan and the SLIB approves a loan, we make a call on those funds and they provide them to us and then we deliver them to the applicant. So the interest that's being earned while we're not having them under a loan is whatever the treasurer's office is doing with those funds.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So we're actually talking, no, we're not. We're talking about how much we can loan rather than what we actually have loaned. The balance of the loans is $200 million, correct? That we have out there now. It's not 254, 200. Okay, 20. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I hate to keep beating this up. Thank you, Chairman. But would it be better for us to lower the interest rate and be able to loan some of this $254 million to a rancher like Mr. McGagnon said, we're trying to get young people that brand new little ranchers out there? Wouldn't it be better if, even if they're first time and they need that loan, to give them that at what we're proposing here, I think is going to be like 4.3% or somewhere in that neighborhood, bottom line. Wouldn't it be better to do that than sit here and say, oh, we got 254 million in our bank account, hurrah?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, I think that was the point of the beginning ag producer loan program, where they set aside $55 million. The interest rate for that for the first 10 years, the rate is the lower of 8% or the average yield on a 10-year US Treasury bond for the previous year as of the date of the loan closing. And then at the end of 10 years, that goes up to 8% as an incentive for either paying back of the loan or refinance that situation. So then it's, I don't want to say strictly, but it's primarily a beginning ag loan.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, to add on to that, the most recent loan that we closed, which was just a month ago, that interest rate was 1.18% in the beginning ag program. 1.18.
So we would do harm to the first time ag producer by passing this and charging them 3%. All right, I guess I'm not quite understanding what we're doing then. Because it sounds like we're pretty much set at 8% presently.
Mr. Chairman, for the beginning ag producer loan, it's the lower of 8% or the average yield on a 10-year US Treasury bond for the previous year as of the date of the loan closing. And I believe Deputy's point was that that's pretty low right now.
Oh, my goodness, okay. All right, committee, any other questions? Okay. Public comments. Come on up, Jim. Well, it's the last bit of stuff we're gonna do, I think, I hope. Thank you, Office of State Lands, for your patience with us. What else to say?
simply point out, first of all, that the response to Blackbird's question addresses our major concern. Mike, please. The response to Representative Blackburn's question raises our biggest concern with this bill, that you're actually raising the interest rate on beginning farmers and ranchers by an additional 3%. And we think that's not where we want to go at this point in time. Just a little bit of a very brief background. When interest rates in the private sector declined below 10%, there was extensive discussion in front of the then Joint Ag Committee about whether to reduce this 8 and 10% that's currently there for regular farm loan board loans. And frankly, rightly or wrongly, the position of the industry was leave it there. If we can get affordable money from the private sector, we shouldn't be using the state's money. And that, you can argue that back and forth, and maybe that doesn't hold true today, but that was it was the industry that supported that at the time. It wasn't something that was imposed upon us, feeling if we can get those lower, if we can get money below 8% or 10% in the private sector, that's where we should be doing our borrowing. I would suggest if you do go forward with the first part of this subsection A, as I read this now, it gives the board authority. So it says may set, but they have to choose either 3% above the 10-year yield or 8%. I would suggest that that be modified to say choose between 3% above the yield and 8%. So if the board opted to set it at 5 or 6, or they don't have to go either the maximum or the minimum at either end. They could choose something between those two parameters. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have no further comment.
Questions for Mr. McGagna? Okay. Yeah. Well, Jim, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. Mr. McGagnon, so I guess you lost me here. I'm thinking now that you really are not in favor of what we're doing with this bill. Am I getting that wrong, or
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, not in favor certainly of subsection B, which is increasing the interest rate on beginning farmers and ranchers. As to A, which still leaves the flexibility in the board up to the 8%. We're saying that's not something that the industry has been seeking, but we certainly would be comfortable with it. Would simply suggest that you give them a range rather than saying they have to be at the bottom end or the top end, as I read the current language. But we would be supportive of that if the committee decided to move forward with subsection A of the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jimmy, it wasn't our intent to try to hurt the young rancher, the small rancher. That's not what this bill even is suggesting. We did not think. So we just want you to know that.
Yeah, and I certainly understand that. It's just that as worded, it has the impact of today, as was pointed out, they're borrowing at something over 1%. And the next person that walks in the door after this becomes law would be borrowing at something over 4%. As long as you're aware that that's what you're doing.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, no one has raised their hand online. I don't think.
All right, committee, what's your pleasure? Moved and seconded by Blackburn, moved and seconded by Larson. Okay, discussion on the bill. Mr. Chairman. Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Uh-huh.
I'd do an amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to put on line 1, instead of may, shall. And then delete all the new language and put it back to what it was in line 9 through 13.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, yes.
Representative Larson, would you be willing to restate that? Because you were at line 1 in subsection A, and then you moved down to the language in subsection B?
That is correct. Yes. Line 1, delete, change may to shall. And 9 through 13, leave the original language.
Okay, may I please state that, Mr. Chairman? Representative
Yes, go
Larson?
ahead.
So so lines 9 through 16 would be deleted from the bill draft then. And lines 1 through 7 would remain as they are, but may would be stricken and turned into shall. Is that correct?
No, I'm not, well, I'm not sure that's what we wanted
No.
to do. I think, yeah, we're wanting lines 9 through 16 to go back to the original legislation. So there is.
And Mr. Chairman, by deleting them from the bill draft, that means they're not being changed at all. They're staying as is and
Gotcha.
would be as they are in statute, unchanged for the beginning agricultural producers. Okay.
So I think the bill would only change one word. Am I correct?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, no, I'd like the amendment on line 3 through 4 to stay in there that we have on this proposal.
Okay. All right, any further discussion before we vote on the amendment? Question on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Okay, raise a hands. All those in favor, raise your hands. This is on the amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? Is that what you got? Okay, opposed? 2. How many can you count them? I can't count from here. 6? All right. Motion for that amendment fails. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we'll just try to delete section B. So I move that amendment to delete section B. It's motion on the table.
So it's a motion.
Yeah, I move that we amend, delete section B. So it remains the same. So we're doing just half of Representative Larson's amendment, not the line 1. Call for the question.
Do we have, okay. Any, all right. So are you clear on the motion? Okay, I think I am too. All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So any further discussion on the bill? Yes.
Question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we table this bill indefinitely.
Okay. Been moved and seconded that we table the bill indefinitely. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
I believe it passed.
Yeah.
Unless there's controversy. Okay. So it's tabled.
All right.
Now. Okay. We are in recess for day 1. Thank you, committee, for your and the public. I think probably just you and I are needed over there. Let's see.
Okay. All right. So
The meeting tomorrow will be at 8:30. It'll start at 8:30. So
we adjourned.
we are adjourned. Oh.